Yeah. Or like, it's like that, I don't know, so it's called my pictures, and then I go ask. Okay. Okay. And then I go back. Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. And then I go back. Oh, you're not. Okay. Yeah, okay.
It's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, okay.
We'll be back.
Speak.
Anything.
Your office.
Well.
Your office is needed.
At least. Yeah, thank you. And that's it. senior. When I- It's not.
Yeah,
Right.
getting back, yeah, your key card, getting back.
I don't, because I didn't.
Okay. I know, I had it on my list. Right. Yeah. No, it's funny though, I went on that banana thing. And maybe. You know. No, yeah. Vanilla. Yeah, they're like. Yeah, right.
Now you weren't there when I walked by. Hi. Good. It's not. Wow. I mean.
Hello, Councilman, Councilwoman.
Hello.
That'd be it.
So.
Did you see I copied you on that?
I did.
My first official.
Other than questions. Thank you. Oh, Elizabeth. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bring you more. Yeah. What about it? Like, yeah, well, I think that's Larry, but he had a meeting. And, right, okay, yeah. We would be more than happy to help you. And I did some research on trees that are brackish water friendly, like that up.
Yeah.
It won't die. I can have a list of. Yeah, I bought it. You find things.
Then call and text him. Also call. Anyway, if he's still having that shit, you're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess the reader might. We can start. All set, right? Let's go, guys. Get rid of some wires back here. Okay,
Kind of like neat.
start, please. Pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance.
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice. Sorry, I forgot my.
Actors when they arrived, and what then happened moments later. No one was there, mothers, fathers, the elderly, and children. Today, they took me
Please mute if you're on Zoom.
across the region.
Thomas, thank you.
Move a moment. Here. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Coast Star, and the New Coaster on December the 13th of 2022. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken. Ms. DeNoble? Here. Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Good evening, everybody. I would imagine everybody's here to talk about the stormwater grant. Is that what? That was a joke. Welcome to our 18th meeting of the year. Can y'all hear me? Is this thing on?
It's on.
It is? Maybe it's just my ear, sorry. Let me just start with, I would be remiss if I didn't comment on the recent events that affect one of our key allies from a national perspective, the state of Israel. Since last Friday, over 1,200 Israelis have been killed and a number of Americans are part of this toll. In addition, kidnapping of innocent children and elderly has occurred. We certainly empathize and mourn with our Bradley Beach Jewish neighbors and friends and hope these senseless actions cease. I wanted to let you all know that I was talking to Rabbi Kelman and there's tentatively a service set up for Monday at 7:30 at the temple on McCabe. There'll be announcements on it, but he just texted me a little while ago and said that that's probably going to be the schedule. But what I'd like to do is ask just for a moment of silence for those that have been tragically killed. Okay, thank you. Lots to cover tonight. We'll continue to try to work the problems of our community and resolve them. We have 2 workshops tonight, and we have an ordinance for introduction and one for adoption. The introduction is around chapter 450 amendments, and the adoption is around chapter 348 on portable storage units. Tonight, we also have the first meeting of our acting business administrator. Welcome to Mr. Marco in her new role. And I guess everybody else is okay. So the first order of business is filling the vacant seat on the Borough Council, which is Resolution 2023-244. It's a resolution filling a vacant seat on the Borough Council effective October 11th until the certification of the 2024 election. So I'll start this with, I want to place in nomination a candidate for the vacant seat of council person. That's Debbie Burnell. As you all know, Debbie ran for council in 2022 in a very hard-fought close election. Debbie garnered 788 votes in the election, just 8 votes short of becoming a council person. The top 5 candidates differentiated themselves from the last 3 candidates. And from the results I just mentioned, I think the residents of Bradley Beach spoke, and 788 of them asked to give Debbie a chance to serve our community. Running for public office requires commitment, perseverance, and a good understanding of the community. Debbie has demonstrated all those qualities. She's been a resident of our town for about 27 years. She's a retired teacher and librarian. She's been a member of the library board, the zoning board, and currently the land use board. She would be replacing Meredith, who's continuing to have, and it would be good to have a diverse, continue to have a diverse council, as we were able to achieve that in the beginning of 2023. So that's my nomination. I would think it's appropriate to take some public comments, but keep them very limited to maybe 2 minutes, and we can go from there. Any public comments? Yes.
My name is James Stapleton at 404 Fifth Avenue. And I think May, you pointed out clearly, the voters of this town indicated that Debbie would make a good council person. And as being the first runner up, I think this in sequence of replacing someone, I think you're absolutely correct. She could fit right in, and that's what the people of Valley Beach voted for. And except for 7 or 8 votes, she would be on the council already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that input. Yes.
Mia Mullen, 302 Fourth Avenue. You just said, Mayor Fox, that we've had a diverse council. I'm a little out of breath, what's going on? But since, you know, it'd be nice to have a diverse council. We have not had a diverse council for this year, at least since February, when Meredith applied for the job as the business administrator. So every vote that Meredith made was always in line with you, the mayor. By coincidence, you're the hiring manager for the BA
Ms.
position.
Boland, this,
No, but this is.
no, this is, no, you're not going to do
I'm going somewhere with
this.
this. I am going somewhere
this-
which is very diplomatic.
This,
Oh, wait, I'm just telling a story.
Public comment.
That's true.
this public
Most of the
comments
people in
relative to.
this room that never come to these meetings may not be aware of what actually happened. Why, the reason why I'm standing up here is you said it would be nice to have a diverse council. I am in full agreement with you, Mayor Fox, full agreement. Probably the only thing I can agree with you on. And so I would hope that if, I don't know how Debbie gets in, I don't know if the council has to vote. I don't follow every little minutia, all the detail. But if Debbie were to be sitting in that seat up there, does that mean that she will be the same position as Meredith, where she just votes with the mayor? We need a diverse council. Yes, it's good to hear other sides. Most of the time, and I've said this to you, when I even ask you for the other side, please give me the benefit of the doubt. All I get is a response that's very vague, or come meet with me one-on-one, but I'm raising public issues. I come here as part of the public. I miss my dinner, I rush to get here, whatever I do. It's a public venue. So I don't need one-on-one meetings, but I do need to know that if Debbie were to go into that position, that it is a diverse council, not the council that we have had since February of this year. It is now October, and there were several votes. I don't think any of Meredith's votes made the difference, so it doesn't really matter. But it's amazing how she voted in line with you because you were the hiring manager and no one knew she applied for the job but you, and maybe the council at some point, but it was a secret to the public. So how dare she be on a council where she can't, her vote doesn't really count. We've had a missing seat essentially since February. So if Debbie goes, or whoever else it might be, we need a diverse council, somebody who will actually state facts before casting a vote and not just cast the vote because the mayor said so. And that's all. It's just incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Beth Kepler, 504 Pleasant Avenue, in Bradley Beach. First, I don't find your joke very funny, Mayor. Your offhand comment about the storm. Secondly, in regard to the position, I think a lot of people have made it clear repeatedly, week after week, after week, after week, how little respect and now trust we have in here. So why would we, as the public, who you work for and serve at our pleasure, endorse anyone, nothing personal against Debbie, it wouldn't matter what name came out of her mouth. Why would we trust and support and expect that anything cooperative would happen upon that guidance if it was someone that you selected, just by virtue of the fact that you're choosing her, even though she may be quite qualified? You tarnish her name just by speaking it.
Yes.
Terence Wright, 406 Mountain Avenue. I guess from what I'm hearing so far from the audience is they want someone to sit up there who will give these three a 4-0 vote at every meeting. I don't want a 4-0 vote because most of what they vote I'm against. So I welcome at least one vote up there, which doesn't mean anything because 3-1 goes down, as we know. Now, Debbie, who the mayor is now tarnished, she lost to Councilman Gubitosi by 8 votes. So if 5 people went the other way, he would be in here and Debbie would be up there. So if you're going to be logical and just unbiased about how you're going to vote, the people did speak. And she was 8 shy of them speaking her into a decision up there. So now there's a position open. The 4 people that lost, the 4 runner-ups, you would obviously, again, logically take the first runner-up, who was 8 votes shy of getting in. And from the way I see somebody in the audience well dressed tonight, I guess I know who the council is going to elect. And if I'm correct, that would be the bottom vote getter. Nothing personal. But again, 4 people ran last year who didn't win. The obvious selection would be the one who came the closest to winning a spot, not the one who came the furthest. And that person happened to be an incumbent who couldn't regain their seat. So now you're going to put them back.
Quiet, please. And just one
The
person.
minions like to interrupt when truth is spoken.
Oh, yeah, quiet. Hey, Eric, can you give me 2 minutes?
Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Minions.
Nancy Matthews,
We,
Park condominiums.
please, order, please.
I am not a minion, I am not a surrogate. I am one voter. And I am a person who has extraordinarily high standards for myself and for others who I associate with or who I depend on to be my surrogate. And I do not know Ms. Brunel, never met her, never spoken to her. I've only seen her at the debate and up here. And at both times I've seen somebody who comes with prepared statements. And I think really, for me, one of the most important qualifications when I vote is character and integrity. And I believe that there are other people in this town that could serve with those qualifications. And I implore my surrogates, which are the 4 of you, to consider that when you make your choice.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Erica, there's no.
I'm Gavin, 414 4th Avenue.
Okay.
I had the pleasure to run with Debbie Brunel when she was running. She was an honest, forthright, self-thinking, self-motivated person. She has a long history here in town, has worked on many of our boards and commissions, has volunteered, is familiar with our school. She was also, as has been said, the 5th vote getter. She did a terrific job. I think the voters spoke with that. I think we should be willing to listen to that, as opposed to appointing anyone else who might be also a good candidate for their qualifications, Debbie had the way to run. She really was a great asset to the town, will continue to be. And she did trounce pretty much everybody except for the three sitting up there. And I think we should listen to the people and be transparent in that. And I think that Debbie Brunel would be a terrific choice and someone who would serve honorably, independently, and be able to help our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
William Shop, 110 Fifth Avenue, Bradley Beach. I believe, Debbie Brunel has lived in, the town for over 25 years. She's a retired librarian, teacher. She's been on the, land use board, as well as, the planning board and the library board. I've had the pleasure of working with Debbie, and working with Debbie, she has shown me that she is, not only is she a strong-minded, independent woman, but she's a woman that cares about the town and its residents. And that's why she was only a vote shy of being elected. I mean, the residents have spoken, they see what's in her, and this is why she only lost by 8 votes. And if anything, the residents have spoken, and I believe that she should get the nomination to be councilwoman. Thank you.
Good, thank you. That's somebody, yeah.
I'm Kathy Gill with 105th Avenue. I don't get here as often as I would like to, and certainly probably should get here. But I live across the street from Debbie. I have for all the years that she has lived there. And she has shown me over all of those years what a dedicated citizen she is to this town. She's made me more dedicated and more committed, and I've learned some of your faces and names because of that. I think it's our obligation, ours and yours, to put someone in that chair that most of the town voted for right after you. I think that rising above the politics of the moment is what the whole country needs, and certainly we should be doing. And I would just suggest going forward that perhaps we arrange our procedures so that this does not become a political, let's put our friend in who will vote with us, but rather follow what the town already asked for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leanne.
Yes. Oh, your hand, okay.
Hello, I'm Pat O'Keefe, I'm 411 Fifth Avenue. I just want to make a simple observation. I have heard these wonderful things about Debbie, which I would have to support from knowing Debbie. Everyone who knows Debbie has said how wonderful she is, how she has been involved with the town as a longtime resident and volunteer on committees for many years. So I don't understand, when all of the character observations for Debbie are so good, why it's even an issue. And those who do not seem to be in favor of Debbie's nomination seem to be associating her with the mayor, and it's a negativity towards the mayor, which is really unfortunate, and it's not what the council is all about. We're here to talk about who would represent the town well. Debbie had the votes. The town already supported Debbie in that decision, which she just lost by a couple of votes to the existing council members. So I think it's unfair, and it really is illogical to judge Debbie just because she was nominated by the mayor. That's not what we're about. We're about the character of the person who's going to represent the town, and from all character supports that have been given today, nobody can do it better than Debbie. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Donna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. The mayor unilaterally appointed Meredith DeMarco in the position of BA against the council, against the recommendations of the council. This was a loophole that was used. This was not a conventional hire. Now we're in a position where a council member needs to be replaced by this vacant seat. And it's my understanding that there is a process that was articulated by Mr. Cannon I don't have the paperwork in front of me, and I'm wondering why we're right now only talking about your recommendation and not the recommendations of council. Because as I understand, according to Mr. Cannon, there is a process where either the appointments can all be presented and voted on, or alternatively, the appointments can be, recommendations can be made and votes can be taken if the requisite number of votes come forward. Perhaps Mr. Cannon can articulate this. I'm wondering why right now we're talking only about Ms. Brunel at this point in the meeting.
Yeah, there was two recommendations made by Councilor Cannon, and said the preferred and most used is the sequential process. So it's sequential. You would bring a candidate forward. If that candidate fails to get the appropriate votes, then somebody else can make a nomination for another
Who
person.
makes the decision on this process? I know that's the more utilized process, but have you made that decision on process, or has the council?
I just assumed that Mr. Cannon sent that out. Nobody said that they had any issue with it, so I assumed that was the preferred way to go.
Because it just seems to me that right now we're talking about Ms. Brunel, who I know is on the ticket. But there are likely other candidates that should be in this conversation. And I'm not sure, this was something that council had decided collectively, that this is the way to go about it, to present it to the community.
We did not.
You did not.
Well, again, Mr. Cannon's the one who made the recommendation. I assumed that nobody said anything about the recommendation, so I assumed it was.
I didn't hear a recommendation in what I had read. What I heard was that there were two different ways to go about it, and what was more common
Yes.
was one. I didn't hear an endorsement by Mr. Cannon. Am I correct, Mr. Cannon?
You read correctly then.
So I'm not sure why this is going forward in this way. I mean, again, you're sort of taking control of the situation. And as I understand, it is up to the governing body to determine how to go forward with this process.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Mary Baxter, 218 Fourth Avenue. First, I have to say, Mayor, you did a great job of communicating about the storm. You communicated a lot, which is so important. So thank you very much.
I appreciate it, but we're trying to
I
talk about
thought,
candidates, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. And DPW, they rock. I
Okay.
got a little nervous Tuesday because people are picking through stuff, but they came Wednesday, they came Thursday, they came Friday, and I saw them all over the neighborhood. So
I appreciate it, but we're trying to talk about candidates. I'm sorry.
yeah, you mentioned it before that, right? You mentioned the storm, but anyway, I don't have anything to say about it yet. I think Deb's a good person. I don't know her as much as many of the other people have spoken. I have no issues with her. I just, and obviously she's a good person because all her neighbors who don't come to this meeting have come up to vouch for her. Thank you.
Yes.
The general 414 Monmouth Avenue. Yeah, actually, I think this is nothing about Ms. Brunel. Actually, I think what it said is that whether you do it sequentially or one at a time, the mayor or council puts a name up for nomination, and there has to be a second. And then once there's a second, that a vote can be taken, or you can do it, keep doing it and keep seconding, and then have a list of people, and then you vote publicly. And that usually you don't do that, you vote one at a time, but that there has to be a second. So, Mr. Cannon, is that not correct? That to put something into nomination, you have to nominate the person and somebody else on the council has to second it.
That's what Robert's rule said, yes.
So I think the backlash you're hearing is that this is kind of like the nomination of, or, the loophole, or whatever you want to call it, is that we're not following protocol. So we have to nominate somebody and second them. Okay, so I haven't heard a second.
Okay, I will make a motion. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I'm gonna read something from a brief that I wrote for Mr. Kittrick on the zoning board with regard to Ms. Brunel. It says, and this was, let me give you the date, November 23rd, 2020, and I'm just going from experience. Ms. Brunel was on the zoning board, and the case was a sitting councilman who built an improper garage apartment. Ms. Brunel's behavior is clearly a violation of the sanctity of the quasi judicial body, and I request that Ms. Brunel no longer participate in the hearing. Further, I will petition the Borough Council to remove her from the Bradley Beach zoning board permanently. Now, the reason I wrote that to Mr. Kittrick, which was clearly ignored, is that the Department of Community Affairs guidelines for the zoning boards were violated as per Zoom. But also, the zoning board of adjustment is a quasi judicial body. No one sits next to a judge and says, hey, judge, here's what you do. But here's a picture at that meeting of Ms. Brunel and her boyfriend, Jim Burns, a sitting councilman in Berkeley Township. Here's another one at the same meeting with Terrence Wright, who's a resident and an OEM member of Bradley Beach, who already spoke, you know. I'm not his minion either. This is outrageous behavior. I spent a lot of time and energy on that, consulted with attorneys, tried to protect the neighbors on Monmouth Avenue who were impacted by a ridiculous building. And I would have appealed it to Superior Court, but the retainer was $5,000, and the attorney told me it would run $10,000 to $12,000. I know I win because the judge would just have to look at this. Also, in addition, I know why you appointed Ms. Brunel. It kind of makes sense to me. And again, these were just my thoughts, Mayor. But I reviewed the elect from Ms. Brunel and Mr. Gavin, and there's an interesting company on here. It's called Renewzy, and it's located at P.O. Box 573, Asbury Park, New Jersey. And they gave them $2,700 for a campaign. Well, it's interesting that Renewzy is owned by the gentleman who owns the 501 Lake Terrace Apartments. Those are the ones where Mr. Rappaport
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
asked for hearing, and you and Ms. Brunel did not show up and give them a courtesy. We know how the pieces fit together, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. There's somebody on the, could you, I can't see it.
Yes, it's Julia Rand.
Julia. Yeah, Julia.
Julia, can you unmute yourself, please? Julia, unmute yourself, please.
Am I on?
Okay, you're on.
Yes, you're on.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Well, I'm here. And thank you for the beautiful introduction and the talk about the war, the horrible war that's going on. I think we all should pause and see how we behave toward one another. I think the mayor should be respected. I think the choice of Deborah Brunel, she got the most votes after Gubitosi, and I think that's how it should go down the line. That's the only fair way. Whether we like someone or we don't like someone is a moot point. Everybody getting up and bad-mouthing this one or that is just unacceptable behavior. I grew up in this town, Bradley Beach, and we never had these issues. Of course, there was only a mayor and 2 council people. There weren't so many people getting in the broth, so to speak. So I think that we should move forward. We have so many things to solve in this town, and let it be. I think everyone should have the opportunity. Meredith DeMarco was apparently very good in her position. She has a wonderful background, and she's willing to take on all of everyone, which is, in my opinion, quite something. This is a tough town to deal with. So I try to stay out of politics because I run the Arts Council, and I'm interested in bringing culture and the arts to Bradley Beach. However, I cannot stand by and not say something when I see people being persecuted. I think that we should go along with what is right. The vote was the vote was the vote. And she would be next in line, and then it would be Mr. Gavin, correct? Okay, so that's the way I feel. And I think that everyone should just cease and desist, and let's move forward with the agenda, and let's try to get things done. There's so much to get done in this town. Let's move on. I think Mayor Fox is doing the best he can do, or anybody could do in that position. I've been here 12 years under 3 mayors, right? They all were treated the same way. You know, everybody, there would be the same group of people that get up and complain and complain. TJ Cohn was one who complained all the time at every meeting that I ever attended. So there's something wrong with that, isn't there? Okay, so that's all I have to say. Congratulations, Meredith DeMarco. Congratulations to Deborah. And congratulations to everybody else who's involved. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Julia.
Pat.
Yes, Mr. Patton.
Hi, Bob Patton, 207 Evergreen Avenue. It's kind of sad that we're at this place in time. I've lived here since 2018, and not every mayor was treated like this. There seems to be a huge amount of distrust and disapproval that doesn't need to be here. It all is a style of leadership. I just don't understand why things have to be railroaded, and there's a process here, Mr. Fox. There's a process here that there are other people that need to be considered. It's not about who got the most votes. It's about who can do the best job. And we've certainly learned since the last election who's got agendas and who's performing and who's ignoring. There's so much disagreement here. It's really sad for the small town of Bradley Beach. But Mayor Fox, you and I we've texted me before on different issues during the election and since. We need to work together, not against each other. And I've texted you that the biggest form of leadership is for effective leaders to reward dissent. You learn things that way rather than being inside your own paradigm in your own box. But you refuse to listen to your constituents. You've refused to listen to your council. So why are you bringing this nomination here? I want to see you guys sit down and talk in a room. For once. Talk, get agreement, reach consensus, and move forward to the betterment of the taxpayers. It's not right that you always push through your way and use the loopholes and use the law to avoid dealing with your council. That's wrong. And how you, as a former athlete and a former executive, know that this is, you think that's funny? You're grimacing and smirking?
Oh, no, I'm looking at the clerk because your time's up. I'm sorry.
Oh, good for you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenberg.
Don?
You're muted, Don.
There we go. The host had muted me. Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave, Bradley Beach. I'd like to second what Bob Patton said. I think that the four of you need to get in a room and find a consensus candidate. As Bob said, it's not about who got the most votes. This is not an election. This is an appointment. It's an appointment by the council, of which you are all four members. You need to get in a room, find a candidate that you can all agree on, that has the qualifications, and get that person on the council and get to work. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Thank you. My name is Evelyn Lopez, 417 Park Place Avenue. I've been a resident here for a little over 54 years, the rest of your babies, you know. I've seen it all. Council, you know, mayors, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let me tell you, a lot in 54 years. My comment or my thoughts would be to you, Mr. Mayor. I just wish that, as these gentlemen and ladies said before, you would talk to your other council members, you know, not sending emails or faxes or whatever it is that you do. Sit down and talk to each other and to come to agreement and get their thoughts, because like you're saying about the votes, we all vote for who's up here. Some of them we voted for, some not. I still respect all the people that I did not personally vote for, because the majority of the people voted for it. But then you, I feel, should be respectful to the voters that voted in these other people that seems to have so much controversy all the time. And through the years, I've seen so much nepotism, so much favoritism. And I hate to see us kind of going backwards instead of forwards, because I do love my town. And that's the only thing that I would say, is just to talk to your fellow ladies to decide, listen to some of their ideas. That's all.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, looks like there's nobody. Oh.
Hi, Jason Lang, 401 Fifth Avenue. I am Debbie's son-in-law, so I'll just put that out there. I've been coming here since she moved here 20-something years ago, and recently have moved in full-time, starting in this past winter. And I just have to say, I freaking love this town. Like, you guys are amazing. You go in the stores here, they know your name. My son goes to school here. Has the best experience, and unfortunately what I see out there is not what I see in here, and I wish that was the case. I've watched a bunch of these council meetings now the last couple times, and I would just love it if everybody could behave like adults, whether you agree with somebody or not. I can't really speak to the partisan politics. I will say, if this is all about indictment on the mayor, then sure, put whoever you want in there. But if you do want to put the best person in the job, I know Debbie's been involved with the city for a long time, has been here, has predated all of you up here. She ran, not running with the mayor or with any of the other council members. She ran because she wanted to do good by the city and by everybody here. And so hopefully when it comes to that, you can just consider putting the best person in that seat, whoever that is. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, looks like there's nobody else, so I'll make a motion to nominate Debbie Brunel for the position of the open position of council person. Do I have a second? Okay, there isn't a second. That's very unfortunate. You know, a vote is a vote, and we would hope that people would vote on this very important topic. It's very unfortunate. I guess we'll move now to the next, if there is another.
There may be another motion to be made.
Yeah, I was going to say that there was a.
Well, you just stated it's unfortunate that we didn't vote, and I'm saying we still have an opportunity to vote.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
We'll make another motion and we'll have another vote. Or a vote.
I'm sorry, Councilman, could you articulate a little?
No, I can't do it any further.
What's that? Make a motion. I'm talking to Al. Oh.
I was waiting for the mayor to give me the opportunity, or give us the opportunity to make another motion. I plan to make a motion in 1 minute. Before I do that, I want to, number one, thank everyone for coming out here. I want to thank all of Ms. Brunel's supporters, because I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. My observations of Ms. Brunel is she's a high quality individual who continues to devote a lot of her life and passion to Bradley Beach. I have to say this for the record, though, we would not all be sitting here tonight going through this process if the rule was that we followed the number of votes cast. It would just be Ms. Brunel would be taking a seat up here if the rule was take the next highest vote getter. The rule is this council decides, and this council weighs a lot of variables. And as talented and as a wonderful contributor to Bradley as Ms. Brunel is, speaking only for myself, there is an individual who I will nominate in a minute, who I think can provide phenomenal contributions to our community. And maybe most importantly, it pains me when so many people say we don't get along, we're divisive. It pains me. I would like nothing better than to get along, to work together, to collaborate. But let me say this, you know how I found out that the mayor was nominating Ms. Brunel? Well, I found out because I read his email. He sent the council an email, and he invited us to talk to him. He invited us to ask questions. And before I had the chance, within an hour and a half of me reading that email, I got a call from the newspaper asking me if I wanted to quote on the mayor's nomination. And I said, how do you know about this email that we all just received? Oh, the mayor sent it to the newspaper. In fact, he sent it to both of the local newspapers. I don't know if he sent it to others, but the Coaster, and no, he did not. But the Coaster,
No, I didn't send it to the Coaster, I'm sorry.
the Coaster, well, I was told that you did. The editor there received it, so someone else.
Not for me.
All right.
But the co-star.
The reality is, we don't collaborate well, and to the individuals who said, I'd love to see you collaborate. Honestly, it has to start with our chief executive. And it doesn't work that way. And those of us who are not comfortable with this divisiveness, and I count myself front and center, and I think I can speak to my colleagues as well. We're stuck. We're stuck with someone who won't collaborate with us. And we will continue to try, but it's very, very difficult. Now,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done, I'm sorry.
no, with that said,
Well, can I make a comment?
please make a comment.
So you said Tuesday, I sent an email out, and that's correct, I did. I'm sorry. I sent an email Tuesday. What you didn't say was that we had a scheduled meeting Monday, at which time I was going to discuss it with you. You didn't show up. You let us know both, it's a meeting we have scheduled with the business administrator and myself. And it was a 3 o'clock meeting, and at 2:27, you sent a note and said, I'm not gonna be there. And I do want to comment on a point because, and I really don't like sitting up here bashing sideways, because it just doesn't, I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's professional. I haven't done it in the past, but I am going to say something. Since March or April, I've scheduled every other week meetings with the council. And that adds up to about 15 meetings for Councilman Gubitosi and Councilwoman DeNoble. They've made 3 of those meetings. I won't say the same for Councilman Weber. He's been there at about 65–70% of those meetings. Part of collaboration is showing up, getting in the room, talking things through. Not my agenda. I'll throw some agenda items out there and say, I'd like to talk about these 2 or 3 things. Tell me what you want to talk about, and we'll talk about it. That hasn't occurred. I would hope, and I would ask them to commit to start showing up at these meetings, because these are the kinds of topics we would be talking about. My decision to make it do an email was twofold. One, from a timing perspective, get it out as quick as I can to generate the conversation, and 2, be consistent with the message. So that is why I communicated that way. I would love to have meetings face to face every other week, and that just hasn't happened. So I would challenge everybody to try to make those meetings.
Sorry, no, you're done.
I am done.
So I brought something along with me that I was only going to read if the mayor said basically what he just said. I didn't attend the meeting, but guess what? I corresponded via email with the mayor about this topic. The mayor sent a very praiseworthy note describing Ms. Brunel and why he wanted to nominate her. Shortly thereafter, of course, I got the phone call from the newspaper. And when Larry asked me to engage with him on this topic, I wrote to him October 5th, 1:29 p.m. Larry, your tactics disappoint me. Sending out this note to council and then immediately forwarding your note to news outlets illustrates what little regard you have for our feedback. I would plead with you to stop your political manipulating, but I realize this is who you are. I have no questions for you. Now, it continues. Larry, the mayor said, Al, I'd love to sit down and discuss the nomination. Are you available Monday? Thanks. I wrote back, I am not available. You've been very clear regarding your reasons for supporting Ms. Brunel. Do you have any new information to add? Given your disingenuous efforts to reach out to me to date, I find it difficult to believe you have genuine interest in having a balanced discussion. If you were sincere, you would not have shared your plans with the press until having made an effort to hear my feedback. In fact, I was called by the press asking me for a quote regarding your declaration, only shortly after I read your email declaring your intent to nominate Ms. Brunel. I asked how they knew of your email, and they told me you had sent the same council email to them. Is this how this nomination process works? The first to declare their candidate to the press and the public wins. Please stop pretending you care about my opinion. You only care about enforcing your own mandates and doing so by trying to mislead the public and the press. Now, that's fairly passionate, right? That's me saying, you don't listen to me, you don't care about my opinion. You know what the mayor responded? As I said, I'd like to discuss Monday. Instead of the attack mode, maybe you could share your perspective. I wrote back, no attack mode, just letting you know that I do not appreciate your disingenuous outreach. All a normal person would do in here would be something like saying, I'm sorry, we're off on this horrible foot. I'd like to talk to you, but the words I'm sorry never uttered. Bold, larger font. It is not disingenuous. I hope we can discuss Monday. So basically, 3 or 4 times, I hope we can discuss Monday. I want to discuss Monday. We need to discuss Monday. Not one apology, not one reaction to my concerns about the total lack of respect that our mayor presents to this council, especially when he needs our votes. When he doesn't need our votes, when there's a loophole, he moves forward as he chooses. When he needs our votes, he invites the press, he invites the public, he invites all the neighbors. But does he have any regard for what this council cares about? The answer is no. And I hope that little litany of emails I just read to you shows what we are up against. We are up against a person who does not care about us. I'm sure you want to comment.
Only that in those emails, 4 or 5 times I said, let's sit down, let's sit down, let's sit down. You have not sat down. As it relates to the press, I did send that to the CoStar. And the reason I did is that if you look at the timing of when that particular newspaper goes out, it's on Thursdays. Had I not let the press know that this was the nomination, it wouldn't have gotten anywhere, and it wouldn't have the town. Those who read it, the newspaper in this town would have not known that. So that was my rationale, and I'm sorry that you felt as though I was submarining you. As I said to you, as I said to Councilman Weber, and as I said to Councilwoman DeNoble, I was happy to talk about the nomination and who y'all wanted to talk about. Interestingly, that didn't happen. And it didn't happen when I asked the question of who are you considering and who would you like to talk about? I was closed out of that conversation.
I had a conversation with you yesterday and I let you know what I was going to do. And I said I was not going to support Deborah Brunel. So
And
this is the reason why I don't.
But Councilwoman, didn't I ask you, like, who are you thinking about?
Right,
And
and I said I had 2 other qualified candidates that I thought might better serve the residents. And I hadn't made my decision till today. But this is why a lot of times I don't want to have meetings, because I share some ideas and then I'm just totally disregarded and ignored. And I think this event could have been avoided if you did actually listen to my conversation and the other councilman's conversation, because ties lose. And I think you knew this was coming. And yet still you put on this show and have these people come up, and it's not fair to the residents or Deborah Brunel. And
Any other comments?
Yes, I would like to make a nomination to fill the vacant council seat created by the resignation of Council President Meredith DeMarco. Specifically, I believe that my nominee will embrace this role with high ideals, great strength of character, and a true passion for the future of Bradley Beach. This nomination is putting politics aside and putting Bradley Beach first. I would like to nominate Ms. Kristen Mahoney to fill the vacated position on the Bradley Beach Council. Ms. Mahoney has impressed me over the past few years with her participation in council meetings as a resident, and with her passion to do what she believes is in the best interest of our residents. One of my first encounters with Ms. Mahoney was a year ago at the Council Candidates Forum, otherwise referred to as the debate. As a resident, she openly challenged the forum rule that would not allow a video recording of the forum to be made. She believed residents who could not attend the forum, particularly handicapped individuals or people with small children at home, should have access to such a video. Whether you agree or disagree with Ms. Mahoney's position, I saw this lone person's challenge to authority as someone who would serve as a champion for our residents and who would fight for transparency of government and the sharing of information. Importantly, Ms. Mahoney would bring a wealth of business experience to the Bradley Beach Council. She spent 20 years working in the world of finance. She's worked for prominent corporations, including Merrill Lynch and more recently, Nuveen TIAA, serving as the chief of staff of their global asset management division. Under Ms. Mahoney's stewardship, the risk management and valuation services division grew from 15 employees to 80, and she was responsible for assessing risk of over $1 trillion in assets. That's a big number. Currently, she works for Charles Schwab Asset Management, the nation's largest publicly traded investment services firm. She's leading the integration of assets from TD Ameritrade and investment management to Charles Schwab Asset Management. The scope of this assignment covers 17 million accounts totaling $2 billion in assets. Having considered a number of very strong candidates for this position, I believe that Ms. Mahoney's extensive financial experience and business acumen, combined with her passion for Bradley Beach, makes her the best candidate to join me and my fellow council members in serving Bradley Beach. I nominate Ms. Kristen Mahoney. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, public comments. Any public comments? Yes.
Peak 411 Fifth Avenue, and just want to make an observation. Mr. Gubakowski, you spent an awful lot of time talking to us about some petty matters, reading emails that really didn't do anything to enhance the meeting and the agenda tonight. It seems to me, as a resident of Bradley, that the council in block does not want to support Debbie Brunel because the only reason being she was nominated by the mayor. Enthusiastically, the second person was nominated and the council agreed to second that person. So as a resident, I do not understand why the council does not support Debbie in block, other than the fact that she was nominated by the mayor, when the town has shown their support for Debbie at the election for a council and by the statements given by residents of the council tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Tom Gavin, 414 on Fourth Avenue. I appreciate the second nomination. I think that anytime we have an election, it is always, or an appointment in this case, it's always good to have alternating views. I totally disagree with the way that the council's handled this, that Debbie didn't get a second. I also had the chance to interface with Ms. Mahoney at the event that you mentioned. She was rude, she was abrasive, she didn't want to follow the known rules. Excuse me. She was rude, she was abrasive, she was insulting to me. Al, at the same time, you used a term on me that I've never expected to hear from sitting councilman or a gentleman.
It was.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking, you can wait.
Okay.
But right now, the fact that the council as a whole has done this, I find offensive. The only thing that Debbie did not bring, was that she would side with the 3 sitting members against Mayor Fox. I do have to say that all the accolades you speak from Ms. Mahoney, I'm very impressed. She has a tremendous resume, something anyone in finance would hire. This is a small town. This is someone who ran. This is someone who had a lot of votes. And the fact that you'll ignore her, not even second her, I am ashamed of council. As a whole, I am ashamed. I am leaving this meeting now because I saw this coming and it's set up. I encourage Debbie to come up here and put her name in, and you all can put her.
Thank you. Yes.
Julie Nutita, 605 North Avenue. I am very impressed with this nomination. I think that this is a fresh start for us. It's been over almost a year since the last election, what, 2022? And I think with all the issues that are going on with our finances, we need a very strong person with financial acumen to really delve into the shenanigans that are going in under your leadership, Mayor. So the fact of the matter is Kristen is a very centered person, a businesswoman, and I think that she would do great with us. Again, this is not about small town politics and favors. This is about what's best for the town. So again, I applaud you for your nomination. It was a surprise and I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's please move on.
Well, I saw somebody else, but I guess I didn't. Okay, that's it for comments.
Have a second, shall we vote?
Mr. Noble?
I would like to make a few comments. I think a lot has happened in the last year. We've seen a 13.2% increase in our municipal taxes. I think having someone up here on the council with a financial background, if we had a vote today, it might be a lot different, the results, because it is a year later. It's not a year ago. And we want what's best for the residents. And I think with Kristen's background with financing and budgeting is extremely important at this point. And I think she'd be an asset to all of us residents. We need fresh eyes on this budget. We need to do some serious cutbacks, and I think this is the right person. And I vote yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
I'm gonna make some comments just because I think most of this room is gonna clear out after this vote, or a lot of it. And I want people that supported Deb to hear this. Do not be fooled by what the mayor just said. If we all showed up to every single one of his meetings that he wants to have with us, if we all showed up at every single one, we would have gotten the exact same thing. We would have gotten a mandate. This is what I'm doing. Oh, would you like to discuss it? That is not how things work. That is not how politics works. You can get anything you want in this business if you get a majority of the people to agree with you, a majority of the people that are going to vote to agree with you. That's the way this works. I mean, it's the same for just the simplest thing as a meeting. It's never, hey, we need to have a meeting. What time is good for you? It's, we're having this meeting. This is this meeting, this time, this date. There's never a discussion about it. So don't be fooled. The other thing I want to say is find me a place anywhere in the state of New Jersey where 3 sitting council members vote to fill an empty seat with somebody that opposed them in the last election. You will not find that anywhere, okay? And Lord help us, if this was a partisan town, you know who the nominations, we wouldn't even get to make the nominations. It would be the local party leaders would give names to the council and we would pick among those names. So the law says it's the council's choice. The council's making our choice. It has nothing to do with the last election. And again, there is no place in New Jersey that sitting council members would fill a vacancy with people that oppose them. It's never happened, and I'm gonna vote yes on Miss Mahoney.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Mayor.
What's that?
So I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr.
No, I
Mayor.
mean, it's unfortunate that there's no place in New Jersey that would try to make the right decision on just making the right decision. My vote is, I'm going to abstain. And the reason I'm going to abstain is that by the fact that we couldn't vote for, we didn't vote for all the people nominated, I'd rather not vote for any of them. I'm not, that's no hit to Ms. Mahoney. It's really saying, it's more of a statement that I think it was appropriate to vote for any candidate that was brought forward. So that I would abstain. Okay. Next agenda item is, I'm sorry, local office for the nominated council, filling the vacancy. Is Ms. Mahoney here?
Yeah, she is.
I just, where?
She was.
About to stand up in the middle left. 3 behind. There she is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're gonna administer it, yeah, okay. It's funny, if you, could you,
We swear.
could you come forward? to-
You can put it up for that. I'll do both. Okay, all right.
Repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Kristen Mahoney,
I solemnly swear that I will support
solemnly swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and to the government established in the United States
and to the government established in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
and justly perform all the duties of councilperson for Borough of Bradley Beach,
all the duties of councilperson for Borough of Bradley Beach,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Sworn and subscribed before me on the 11th day of October, 2023. Congratulations.
You guys were a little early.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, you do it, yeah. Thank you.
Why didn't you sign up?
Yes, you do. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I mentioned the council. Thank you. Alice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'll be up there. Don't go up. It's not very much. I'm going. I'm great. Yeah.
Get situated.
Take a quick picture of the press. Okay.
Am I in a photo?
I know, it's like, oh, right.
Sit up straight in the chair. That's what it took me to wear a tie. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, next order of business is the resolution 2023-245 nomination of council president for remainder of 2023. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Jane DeNoble to be the council president for the remainder of 2023.
Second,
Mr. Noble,
Abstain.
Mr. Gubatose,
yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Sorry, that's gonna take you a little bit of time.
Okay, we'll go now to the, we have two workshop items, one on tourism ordinance and the other on BBBCA events. Why don't we, I guess we can do tourism first unless, is there any preference on batting order? I don't think so. Okay. All right, well, tourism's on there first. Let's talk about that first. So we've had some questions and comments on tourism. What is tourism? You know, what are we doing with tourism? Are we managing it correctly as a borough? So we've actually dug into that a little bit, and we've actually found that we have some inconsistencies relative to the state statute and what we do, relative to our ordinance and what we do, and some of our practices. One of the key, and I'll mention it, and then we can just, I just put 3 or 4 slides just to generate some discussion. That we found out is that, and I've already contacted one of our state senators on this, who's asked us to send them a memo on it so that they can start working on this. The state statute, which was adopted in 1982, dictated that 50% of your tourism trust fund would be expended on advertising outside of the state, outside of your town, not outside of the state, outside of your town. In 1982, that might have made sense, in that we didn't have an internet. The ability to communicate and reach people was much different than it is today. Clearly antiquated, and something that has been followed. I don't know when it was followed or was not followed in Bradley Beach, but clearly we're not following that now. The amount of advertising we spend on tourism is probably marginal relative to the money we can put into tourism for events and other elements of tourism. So that's just one as an example. There are some organizational things on the state statute that we also have to get aligned to. I'll mention this one and then we can kind of go into this. One is that it's supposed to be a 2-year appointment. Since I've been here, and I guess preceding me, because it was kind of on the sheets from the prior year, was these were annual appointments, and they're really supposed to be 2-year appointments. So we need to look at that. And then there's some things on an ordinance level we need to also look at. So I could probably just go through these in 5 minutes or less, and then we can just open up for discussion. Is that little black thing on the right?
Okay, here, let me shrink that down.
Mr. Mayor, can I just quickly interrupt on a totally unrelated topic, but it's very rare that we have, first of all, a full house like this. It's great having you here, but it's very rare that we have 2 esteemed former council members for many years at Bradley and a mayor from Bradley. So Mayor Engelstad, I just wanted to point out your attendance. And council,
the alliance, that's all.
I wanted to, we appreciate your attendance, and Councilman Bennell as well. Appreciate your attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you can flip to the next slide. Flip to the next slide, please. This.
Michelle, next slide.
I am going to the next slide.
Okay. We're waiting patiently for it. Let's flip to the next slide. Put your pointer to the second slide and hit it. That should work. Or not.
You have to do it on the underlying program.
I'm sorry?
You have to do it on the underlying programs.
But you should really be able to hit the.
You get to
Hey,
share screen.
Meredith, I
go
think
back
it's
to
just hit
PowerPoint.
the presentation thing on the bottom right. Erica, why don't you just tell them to. We can't. We'll just start. Well, actually, let's just start. No, Erica, never mind. Come back. We'll just start. Apologies, I. Technology here never ceases to amaze me. So as I mentioned, we have inconsistencies at a state level, at a local ordinance level, and probably over the last 5 years, have we been consistent with practices? So one of the ideas we've been talking about is have we moved past tourism as previously defined? We have a very engaged community that's responded very favorable to changes in the last few years, improved summer events as an example. At the park and at the beach. We've had joint efforts with the BBVCA and other organizations. Here we go. Thank you. So go to slide 3, please. And to maximize and enhance our borough resources, we have tourism working on things, departments working on things, nonprofits working on things. Do we need to relook at this and say, let's take a step back, and is there a better way or a more efficient and effective way? Next slide, please. There's only 2 more slides, and then we can open up for discussion. So, again, I think there's some elements we want to look at. We've already talked to Councilor Cannon on the issue of the state statute, and he's looking at that right now. I think it would be appropriate to benchmark a couple of towns, 2 or 3 towns. In talking to B.A. DeMarco, and I also talked to Councilwoman DeNoble on this. 3 towns that might make sense, and these are just towns we kind of kicked around, were Belmar, Manasquan, Asbury Park. Asbury Park, not so much from a size or scale perspective, but more from how do they organize. Manasquan, Belmar, more from a sizing. They're probably more typical to us than other towns at the Jersey Shore. So those are examples. We probably need to go a little bit deeper, but I don't think there's some towns like an Ocean Grove, maybe an Avon, that don't really engage too much in events or more town things. They might disagree with that, but that's just my observation. Once we kind of look at that, then look at what did we do in 2023 from an event perspective? What was tourism related? We have a calendar of any number of events that either commissions put on, like the Arts Commission as a council as an example. Look at 23, and there's already been work being done by a small group of people on 24 events or 24 proposed events. Tee those things up and say, does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Are we looking at this correctly? Next slide, please. So you think about our events. We have things like fireworks. We have Pirate Day. We have Saturdays at the park. We have local summer. We have bigger events. We have events that occur only every 3 or 4 or 5 years. This year and last year we had Songwriters on the Beach. So we have any number of events going on, and it's a pretty energetic agenda of things we have, and that's just a small sampling. So I would view the next steps on this as, next slide please, as speak to some other municipalities what they're doing in the context of ordinances. The first question I'd ask them is if they're spending 50% of their tourism dollars in advertising outside of town. I would be interested in that answer. We've already started confirming with the municipal attorney. We've got a small team looking at events that might have to be expanded, just add some other people to it. And then assess community resources, what does that look like? And then report back. So that was kind of my view, but that's just my view. So I really want to open it up to the other council and see what their thoughts and ideas are on this.
I can go first.
Sure.
First of all, I just want to thank you and Greg Fehrenbach and Meredith for having a face-to-face meeting with me on October 10th. I'm not sure if that was counted in your 3 meetings, but that was a live meeting that I attended. And we first went over the state statute, which is true. It says 50% needs to be spent in advertising outside the municipality. Second, the appointments. We have people that maybe have been there too long or they don't qualify. But I did remind the mayor that the commission consists of 5 members who shall be appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the borough council. And that needs to be done because there's maybe, I think, 4 members and 1 doesn't qualify. So we're down to 3. So we're going to need 2 more additional members, and also about disbursements. A lot of the funds were being dispersed without the commission's permission. In fact, sometimes they would deny something and it would happen anyway. And the ordinance clearly states that 2420 disbursement of revenues, purpose of disbursements. The commission shall have exclusive authority to disperse all revenues allocated to the fund described in 2419, which is the Tourism Trust Fund. So I thought, how did this happen? What went wrong? So I did a little research and I found that in March 3rd, 2022, Kim Humphrey had sent a note to Amy saying that please note the availabilities of funds at this time of tourism and events is $10,000. I thought that's strange because COs go into this fund and it'd be definitely more than 10,000. It certainly wouldn't be a round number like that. And then Kimberly Humphrey also sent a note to Amy Hall on March 29th. Please note that this budget is not approved as of it. As discussed in the meeting we had, we are going to tone down the events happening. Michelle is in charge, taking part of all events. And Michelle does a great job. There's nothing against Michelle, obviously, but it's just about how the procedures are run. The protocols are not being followed. And this disbursement has to go through the commission. And we see time and time again where this money is being taken out and it's not their decision. And that's why I said we really have to focus and see what's going on and why this is going on. And if we do have to cut back spending, we can have less events. Park Fest is almost $10,000. That's one day's event. We could do 10 bands in 10 weeks for $10,000. So we really have to reassess what we're doing, what works. People love music in the park. If you take away tourism, we're going to have no money for the tourism in the park. I'd rather have a little less money, but I'd rather see it funded through tourism than tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Do you have comments?
Go ahead.
All right, yeah, thank you. Councilwoman Denola and I asked to have this as a workshop, and largely because I've raised questions over the last couple of meetings. Mine are more legal, I'll call it legal focused, accounting focused. I have tremendous concerns with the way Borough of Bradley Beach is currently administering our tourism trust and many times overriding our tourism commission's authority. And that email that Ms. Denola just read, actually, I wasn't aware of it, but that comment where the statement was made from our prior BA that our other employee would be in charge, that's overriding the statutes. So the ordinances as they exist today. Just recently, the reason I wanted to have this was not to have the pictures of all the wonderful events the borough has. I think the borough does a great job having events. I think the BBVCA does a great job having their events. But what's important to me as a representative of you, trying to make sure we do what is legal, we can't be combining these trust assets. If we have a tourism trust, these are tourism dollars. They cannot be spent on events like the 130 year anniversary, a wonderful event, but it was not a tourism event. And we had a situation not that long ago where the tourism commission said, hey, we can do an event much cheaper. And I won't name events, anyone who's been at these meetings will know what I'm talking about, but we can do it much cheaper. We can use more local talent, blah, blah, blah. And the administration overrode the tourism commission's decision and decided to spend closer to $10,000 for the event, 8 or 10,000, when the commission said they could do it for $2,000. the most important thing to understand, until we change the ordinance, and the mayor's right. It's been ignored, it hasn't probably been updated the way it should be, it needs to better align with the state, but we still have an ordinance, and it still says. The tourism commission decides what we do, the tourism commission decides payments, not the administration, not our business administrator, not our mayor. Not any other employee, in the borough, it's the tourism commission. That makes these decisions. And I've seen dollars flowing in and out of this trust. And to me, trusts are sacred instruments. You do not commingle. And I sat up here a couple weeks ago and I said the same thing. You do not commingle these assets. It's that simple. Any organization that we partner with, we can't partner. By definition, we have to be independent. We can collaborate, we can work together, we can do things like share websites, links on websites, and we can include, again, the BBBCA is a great example. We can include their events on our calendar. We can schedule our events so they don't conflict with the BBBCA. We can absolutely collaborate. We can't partner. We can't say, okay, you give us 5,000, we'll take 5,000, we'll put it all together. We cannot do that. So I wanted to have this session tonight to get this message across to everyone. We have an ordinance, and until we change it, it's the law. We have to follow the law, and the administration has not been following our ordinance. And I think I don't even want to blame the administration in their entirety, because my sense is people have ignored this for a couple of years at least, and it's fallen into a little state of disrepair. And I actually want to thank Councilwoman DeNoble for diving into this over the past 6 months and helping us both understand a little bit more of what's going on with tourism. So when the mayor showed that PowerPoint slide that had all the different events, those are wonderful events, fireworks, local summer, all these wonderful events. But I want you all to look at them and see them in separate buckets. Tourism bucket is here, fireworks, local summer, 130th anniversary, it's over here. They're different events. Again, I think the world of Michelle Wiley, I think she's done a great job following the mayor's guidance and our VA's guidance, but she shouldn't be managing all these events. She could be coordinating. She is not part of the tourism commission, at least not as it stands tonight. So Amy Hall is our tourism director. She needs to own with her commission. That is a legal entity, that commission. They need to own tourism. The mayor, the BA, Michelle Wiley, and others who might help the borough, they need to own everything else. So I just want to make that really clear to people, because as we move forward, and we will tweak the ordinance to make it copacetic, make it align better with the state. But we've got to do it with an understanding that we all have to follow the rules. Thank you.
And I have a question. So one of the events that was on your slide there, Mr. Mayor, was the songwriters on the beach.
Right.
My understanding is that cost the town $10,000, and I have complained about that spending didn't come before the council. So am I hearing it correctly that it should have been the tourism commission that approved that money?
It was actually funded by tourism.
Okay.
And I spoke with the mayor, and we were thinking maybe we could have the beach fund that. As
Okay.
well as the DJ on the beach and other activities on the beach. And this way we could have the extra money to do the advertising required for tourism.
Okay, but it did come before the tourism name.
Yes, it did. Yeah, not tax dollar
All
paid.
good.
Yeah.
And John, just to further help everybody understand this, because when you see a picture like that with all these events, it can get confusing. Tourism, state statute level, tourism is designed and supported by the state. It's designed to help municipalities like ours bring people into the municipality. So they have a very clear definition of it, as the mayor said, maybe dated. But they have a very clear definition that says you got to advertise outside to bring people in. That's tourism. If you have any event on the beach that's designed local summer, that's designed for our residents, and may not be 50% of our budget, maybe 5%, but that's up to us and the state to figure out. But if we're not advertising to bring people here, it's not tourism. So that's as simple as I can make it, but nobody has been thinking this way, and we all need to think this way. If we're bringing people in and getting them to come to Bradley to try our restaurants, to use our, facilities, to take our beach, whatever. And we're advertising to bring in outsiders, that's tourism. Otherwise, it's local stuff and it falls under taxpayer dollars. To Mr. Noble's point, whether it's the current fund that pays it or the beach utility, probably would be the sewer utility. But either the beach or the current fund, that's what we would fund non-tourism events.
Yeah, and I think what we've got to look at, as I think we have to look at is really get definitional with what is tourism defined as? What are our community events? Where do they intersect? Where don't they intersect? Should they intersect? I think those are the questions we've got to ask and answer as we go forward and look at this. So
I can answer one, they cannot intersect, but other than that, yes.
well, under the current definition, I might not disagree with that, but what we may say is the definition correct? Are we looking at this the correct way? Because I don't know how old our tourism ordinance is. Like, I don't know if did you have a chance to look at any of those elements?
Yeah, I mean, there's some minor distinctions between the ordinance that you have. Can everyone hear me? I'm sorry. There's some minor distinctions between what you have on the books and what the state statute says. State statute was passed in 82 and it's only been amended once in 1994. You guys changed the whole charter in 92, so it's pretty much it's relatively up to date with what the state statute said. I think the issue is really more the operations than it is the legislation, if that makes sense.
Well, I think when I talked to one of the state senators on this, when I mentioned that particular thing in the state statute, they said that just doesn't make any sense anymore. And I said, well, that's why I'm calling, because it doesn't make sense anymore. And if my balance, and I'll just use a number, let's say the balance is $75,000 in the trust fund. I don't know if I want to spend $35,000 or $40,000. It's $40,000 of advertising outside of this town. It's a hell of a lot of advertising in this world today. Plus, we have much less expensive mechanisms to advertise with internet websites. And, we did very well with a lot of the events we had. We had people coming from up and down the shore, just based on, what they've heard around or what they saw on our website or what they saw in our newsletters. So, we've got a lot of good mechanisms to get the word out. I think that's been pretty good. Now it's just a matter of, do we have this defined right? Do we have the right process in place? Do we have the right organization to support it? So that's what we're working towards getting squared away. And
the only thing I wanted to point out to you guys those are all very good policy. You guys do the policy, but procedurally, that commission is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act and is supposed to be adopting resolutions for any expenditures. However, they're exempt under the local public contracts law for any advertising costs. They can just call they basically leaves it to their discretion to call any, doesn't have to be bid or anything. You can just call the publication or outlet. But that was one thing I don't recall that ever being done here. Since I've been here, I don't even know if there's a schedule of meetings of the commission. And so, that's a requirement of maintaining that trust fund. That's the main thing I wanted to point out to you guys is the commission needs to, if you're going to keep it or it's going to stay this way, or maybe, whatever you're going to do, augment with it something else. But if you're going to keep this and you're going to collect $75 from everyone in town who's got a license, those people have to have public meetings and whoever you put on there and make that happen. As the attorney, I'll say that right here for everybody. So everyone.
Yeah, which is, I think part of the process piece is we've got to get that laid out and said, this is a requirement.
Yeah, and I also, the policy point of the 50% on advertising when there's the internet, since 1994 is well taken.
Yep.
But that's what it still says, so.
And Greg, I totally agree, not only what you just said about the legal requirements that have to be met, but I'm gonna keep coming back to the trust. We cannot commingle those dollars. Do you agree, or am I misstating this?
So
when you say commingle, could you just elaborate more on that, Councilor Kim?
Yeah, think of it this way. A trust is like a vault designated to protect these dollars.
I meant specifically to the tourism. Is there a specific?
Yes, sure. A simple example. for example, the 130-year anniversary, that was a resident focused event. We didn't advertise outside of Bradley Beach. We didn't say, hey, Asbury, hey, Avon, come to Bradley and, you know, enjoy our 130-year anniversary. BBBCA did a great job pulling that off. I went, I loved it. It was a wonderful event for Bradley Beach. Not picking on anybody other than trying to make a legal distinction. It was not a tourism event. Dollars. I know you made a contribution, Mr. Cannon, right?
I did, but I was gonna say, so the point is that it's not up to you guys. So whether I respect your opinion on that and what have you, I'm sure there's others in the room, what have you. But that decision isn't supposed to be made in this room. That's the point that I'm making, is that the commission, if they think the 130th anniversry is proper and they pass a resolution, to public notice of the meeting, that's how you spend the money out.
So build on that. I agree with you. As I said, I agree with you. Legally, we have to follow those rules. We, not anyone on this council, not the mayor, no one here should be making that decision.
I have a quick question. Can I, just on the same subject?
Okay.
I know that the Bradley Beach Tourism, $5,000 was taken out. So for that event, so that should have been presented in a tourism meeting with a resolution being read to approve that removal of that money.
The contract should be entered into in the name of the Tourist Development Commission. They're their own separate entity. And the only money they have is the money that's collected as the assessments. It's very similar if you're familiar with the special improvement district anywhere, like River Center at Red Bank. You know, the people who the money is collected from decide how to spend it. So in that case, it's the business owners. In this case, it's the individuals upon the business owners who you levy the assessment on.
But the important piece that we're missing again, and I'm gonna keep coming back to this. We're talking about the BBBCA's
Yes.
event, the
Yes.
30-year anniversary.
Yes.
That, those dollars in or out should not have touched the tourism trust. That was not a tourism event. That's the point I'm just trying to make clear. I see you, Mr. Nishemkin. I don't think we can recognize the public at this point though. But the point I'm trying to make is, Jane, you're pointing to a BBB, a tourism trust, what payment or receipt?
Yes, yes.
That went to support the BBBCA, but, and again, supporting the BBBCA is great. If we cut that check from our coffers, fine. But we cannot pay that out of the tourism trust. And I mean, it's so simple, I think we all miss it. But I'm trying to begin the education process because we got to stop mixing these apples with these oranges.
Gotcha, thank you. Let's have a couple public comments and we'll move to the next agenda item, BBCA. Yes, Mr. Nishemkin.
On the champion 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I'd like to thank the council for bringing this up. However, I'd like to criticize you all for not having had a meeting with the Tourism Commission and its director. At least I'm not aware of one, and I am on the Tourism Commission. There has never been any sort of a session where we were asked what was going on, where we were asked to formally approve any of the money spent. I started to ask why we weren't having meetings over a year and a half ago. And basically, I was told by the director that basically tourism had pretty much been taken out of her hands. And that she had no idea what was going on. I told her that I thought this was really unfortunate because obviously tourism money was being spent, but that the commission was not taking part in approving any of this. The tourism director at the time said that she didn't even know what was in the trust at that time. She was not made aware of it. She was trying to be made aware of it, but we have a completely broken system. Obviously, we have to start at the top and find out exactly what the tourism commission and trust should be doing, how it should be spent. But at least I think you should start with the existing commissioners and talk to them a bit. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but we've been trying to find out how this should properly be run, because it has not been properly run. And that's not just in this administration, Mayor. This goes back to the former administration. As long as I've been involved,
basically, the tourism director was totally unaware of what funds were available. He's basically given very limited coordination from the administration. And it's been a broken system for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just briefly, I said the only source of funds they have is those assessments. However, they can also accept donations. They're allowed to take, and they can apply for grants. I should mention that as well. Just so that we're
My
okay.
name is Cynthia, 112 Avenue. I love the bill list, as you all know by now. But over the years, over this period of time, I was able to identify 3 entries on the bill list regarding the 130th anniversary. Omar the Tent Man for the 130th anniversary was $5,996. Downtown decorations was $3,253.67. And then recently, even up until recently, age 16 in the bill list, there was for a banner, and it was $138.97. In total, the expenses for the 130 anniversary was $9,388.64. And I had asked Mayor Fox about for some information, and it came from, this is the memo that came to it. Find below a summary of information requested at the council meeting. The Bradley Beach tourism number, BB tourism, comes from our tourism fees and not from the tax levy. So I just think that, should be made public. And it's not a criticism, I'm just putting it out there. The people who organized this 130 anniversary are very astute, smart people. How did this all happen financially? When, they were probably smart, I don't understand, I don't know how to present the question properly.
I think our administration coordinated with them. Our tourism commission was not involved with that process. That's how it was coordinated.
The
The administration, the mayor.
No, I thought your question was, I heard a different question. I think I had sent you a note on the sources and the uses that I got from the BBCA, which was, I think it was about a $16,000 expenditure. And it was broken into 3, I don't have it in front of me.
Well, I have it here, Bradley Beach Tourism, $5,000, sponsors, $5,000, Monmouth County Tourism, $500, ticket sales, $6,000, flags, $4,000, tent, $6,000, promotion, food and service, $6,500, and a total of $16,500.
Right.
And it's interesting, they're all round numbers. They're not actually real numbers, because based on what I had from the bills list, they're not rounded numbers.
Well, $5,996, I just rounded to $6,000.
Okay, but,
Sorry.
okay,
Yeah,
that's just
yeah.
the point, but all right, I made my point.
Yep.
And that's the important thing.
The disconnect is the Bradley Beach Tourism did not vote on this.
This is what-
The money just got taken out without a meeting or any consent.
And I feel as though that the people who were organizing all of this were aware of it.
I don't know about that, but I would say at least the administration here in the building would be aware of it because.
Administration, could you identify?
I would say the mayor, the business administrator, they are, they're in charge of day-to-day activities and that's day-to-day operations.
So
that
they overrode the tour.
I would have to say yes in this circumstance, and I did speak to the mayor again about this, and he said it was a mistake and they won't do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominium. I'm so pleased that you're having this workshop. I never thought to blatantly say, let's have a workshop on tourism, but I've been pushing for changes in tourism, put it mildly, for years, and I've been ignored. So the fact that I consistently bring up the same things and eventually get a reaction, you know, squeaky wheel eventually gets heard. I think that, again, I still don't know the difference between a commission, a board, and a department. I brought that up before, so I don't know why this is a commission or whatever. And I cannot even begin to think how wrong it would be to compare Bradley Beach to Belmar. We know we're different than all of the other towns for a lot of reasons, but clearly we are not Belmar. I would think also with any revisions that are made, if we don't just do away with tourism, guidelines, protocols, because I don't know that each person, and this is not a specific person, just a person that's serving as the director of a commission. You know, if you're hiring outside things, there's contracts involved. I don't know that that person is qualified to go over those contracts. So if we don't bother Mr. Cannon with something like that, then at least several people in the administration should review all of this in a timely fashion. So the event, even though I don't want to have it, whatever it might be, doesn't get messed up. Protocols and specifically following them. I think would have also been important in this slide presentation, which how many times have I asked for? What are the funds that come in from code that fund tourism for the year? And when you tell me that an event cost, I don't remember what figure somebody gave for something or other, did it include security? Did it include DPW? Did it include increased tipping fees? That is part of the cost, and we're always talking about Edmonds doesn't handle that. I can't even deal with that. We are not giving the full picture, which brings on the angst that we have towards this administration. And that's pretty much it, other than one thing I have to correct myself. A minion, which I said I wasn't, that's as a noun. But according to dictionary.com, as an adjective, it is dainty, elegant, trim, and pretty.
Definitely here. Thank you, Nancy.
Yes.
Oh, we have somebody on Zoom. Herb Kenny?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Herb Kenny, 216 Brindley Ave. Like others have said, I'm glad that this workshop's being held. Over the last year, I've found, tourism from sitting out in the crowd to be either a leaky bucket or a cookie jar. And if you're going to move forward with a real, in-depth program, I think a couple things also have to be done. One, there needs to be a clearly defined budget of, when I've sat through these meetings, no one really seems to understand what's the budget, what's the trust, what's going on. So as you move forward, you need to get a clearly defined budget, because I actually believe that a big part of this 13.2% increase could have been minimized if this tourism campaign was controlled better. Also, as someone just said, I don't think Bradley Beach should be compared to Manasquan, Belmar, and Asbury Park. I mean, that is ludicrous. We should be looking at towns like Avon, Spring Lake, maybe Ocean Grove. That's about the same size as the tax base. But we don't have the money to compete on tourism with those three large companies that were named. Middletown should not be named. That's another one that always is frequently brought up to be compared to. But I really think if we're going to do apples to apples, let's really do apples to apples. Let's really understand where the money is, what's the trust, what's the bucket, and let's move forward, because this, I think, is a good opportunity to better control our expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. I sat on the tourism board in the past, not with Amy Hall. It was with who was before Amy Hall. And I will say we had regular meetings, we were following the ordinance, we advertised outside of the borough, we followed all those little protocols. It still was very hard to figure out the money, how much. Answers were really hard to get, so budgeting became a creative little project for us. And although I love a workshop and I love public input, I think we have a bigger problem here. Before changing anything, I think we have misappropriated funds. I think we have ordinances that have been ignored. And I think we need to investigate that first. I think that's more of what's happened here. And I'm sort of tired of mistakes and let's just move forward, and mistakes and let's just move forward, because I know I sit up here time and time again asking about money, asking about trust, asking about bills, and we never get answers. We never get answers. Actually, I think Ms. Mahoney even mentioned the bills this last council meeting regarding the year-to-date numbers. How come we don't even see that number changing? So we have a lot of problems, you know, and it's always an admin system issue or whatever. There's always an excuse. So I don't think we need to move forward with any ordinance change right now. I think we need to investigate why the ordinance hasn't been followed, why money's been coming out of a trust illegally, if I can use that term. That's more of my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Take that as the last one and we'll move, got kind of move on here.
I'm sorry, 116 Newark Avenue. I'm gonna apologize up front if my questions are redundant, but I still need clarification. The 130th anniversary was not sponsored by the borough. The Alliance isn't part of the borough.
It was jointly, it was a joint thing.
But did we, the taxpayers, approve of the expenditure of all that for an event that did not include all of Bradley Beach? It was limited in attendance.
Well, it was limited.
And when will we get?
It was limited from the perspective it could manage X amount of people. That was the limitation.
But if it was celebrating the 130th anniversary of Bradley Beach, was a larger venue considered so that Bradley Beach could actually participate? But my other question is, now we have some of the numbers that were spent, money that we paid versus what the Alliance paid. When do we get the numbers of what the additional services cost? The DPW, additional security, all that stuff that is hourly overtime stuff for our employees. I just don't understand, like, how did we get there when we didn't even know it was being co-sponsored and it wasn't open to everyone in Bradley?
Well, it was open to everybody in Bradley, up to a number of people.
But a celebration of the 130th anniversary of Bradley Beach could have extended for, I mean, it was on the boardwalk, if I'm not mistaken, could have extended further on the boardwalk to include more people. But my point is, when did we, the people who put the money in, pay the money in taxes, whether it comes out of the tourism commission or the taxpayer money, when did we okay that expenditure for a limited celebration?
Yeah, so the budget and the management of the 130th in terms of the dollars and the activities and the volunteers and all that was the BBBCA. They were the primary driver of that. We have any number of events in town that we co-sponsor, but they were the primary driver of that. The budget was around $16,000, and I think it was just articulated about what that budget was.
But again, my question, as co-sponsor, were any of us told this is what the Alliance is going to cover, and this is, and the tickets to attend the event, and this is what the borough, meaning us, is going to cover?
I mean, there was a budget that was out there that, you know, anybody could have asked for. I know Mrs. Shishias asked for it, and it was given to her right away.
Well, most of us didn't find out until after the fact that it wasn't being completely covered by the Alliance and by the ticket sale. So
Anita, I just want to add one thing. I think it's interesting what you're bringing up because it's almost like we have to track who worked it, how many public works people were there, what's their hourly rate, how many police officers were there, and let's get that number because we cannot use taxpayer resources for the BBCA. Okay, so, or any other event, even the charity events that they have on the boardwalk, we have to track how much garbage was collected, and we have to bill these people, these groups, the
exactly.
expenses that were incurred on us, the taxpayers.
And in collecting that information, then the next time a group approaches the borough to have an event, then we can say it will cost approximately this much money in our services.
Yes.
CPW, police, first aid, whatever it is.
Very good
So
point.
you'll need to provide that as part of the fee to host something in our town.
That's fair enough, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wrap this up. Yes, last person.
Julian Pettis, 605 North Avenue, in regards to this tourism ordinance. We have an ordinance that is in play, and I agree with what Ms. McGuire had to say. Before we move on and make any other kind of recommendations or modification, we need to know as to understand, especially in this year, 2023, what the heck has happened? Because the fact is, why did everybody have their hands in the cookie jar? And just keep spending and misappropriating our funds. Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you specifically is, we have a director of tourism. Why was she not involved in these events throughout this year?
She partially was, and some she was, and some she wasn't.
But why wouldn't she be involved if she is the tourism director? Why wouldn't she be really spearheading? Because to what everyone is saying here, there's a fine line between roles and responsibilities in tourism. She is tourism, sir. You're not tourism, nor are you events planner, nor is Michelle Willie an events planner. So why was Amy Paul not front and center in all of these events throughout this year?
I can't tell you how much she was or wasn't. I don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you she's a part-time employee, number one. I don't know if she would have had the capacity to do everything that was required. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I think that's something that should be looked into further.
Yep.
Secondly, I would like to know is, again, knowing full well you're saying, okay, I shouldn't have taken these funds or I haven't done that. Why did you override the commission for the Latin Fest? There was a meeting, it was open to the public, Amy Paul spearheaded, the commission was all there. They made a recommendation to postpone it and do it latter part of the month of October or September, October, whenever it was. I want to know is what was this, and also would have done the same thing pretty much. Gotten a band, gotten local talents, salsa, dancers and everything. What was the sense of urgency that you insisted and overrode the commission and used our dollars to pay an events planner $6,900, and there was only 9 days in which to promote the event? Why did you even get involved in that?
My involvement was that we had a schedule for the year. That was on the schedule. We were conforming to the schedule for the year. That's what we had agreed to do. We had been in contact with the same people who did it the prior year for a couple of events. And that's the way it rolled out. So.
But
that's
why wouldn't you listen to what the commission had to say? And also considering we got hit with a 13.2% increase. And Mr. Mayor, you're constantly hearing from the residents to stop spending our money like it's water. This is not your personal fund. It's not a slush fund. They made the recommendation to postpone it. If you're going to do something, do it well. Why would you not listen to them and save the town money? That is what I would like to know. Why was it more important to give the $6,900 to the event planner than instead of listening to the commission?
that wasn't
And
right.
still speaking. And the fact of the matter, and save the taxpayers.
Yeah.
That money, and the event was a bust, it was not based on weather, it was the fact of lack of promotion. It was only nine days to get that. If we do something, we should be doing something well.
Yep.
And they made the recommendation just to postpone it. Why would you go against them?
Okay. I tried to answer your question.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity now, go ahead.
Your time's up, sorry.
So you won't answer for the public
Well,
why
no, I've
you spending our money?
I'll make a statement and then we need to move on. That, we had a plan for events. We had people lined up, we had promoters lined up. One of the questions that came up was, should we cancel, from a spend perspective? Our trust looked okay, our spend looked okay in the context of our events for the year. What I didn't want to do is cancel a event that would have benefited our Latino population. And I didn't want to give people the impression that we were just cutting it off.
We weren't cutting it off, it was gonna be
That,
postponed.
I'm telling you what, I'm telling you what the rationale was. So thank you, and let's move to the next.
Oh, I'm dismissed?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
That's it's fairly disrespectful.
No,
Thank
you're-
you. So we'll move now to BBVCA events. I thought we'd let Paul get up and make a few comments.
So first I want to.
Gary, do you want to go to the front row or just you get back there?
I want to say thank you for to the council for inviting us to speak tonight and talk a little bit about the BBCA. I'd also like to start by introducing myself. My name is Mrs. John Gavin. For those who might get you confused, it is Mrs. John Gavin and Paula is my name. And I also would like to congratulate Councilwoman.
So you're not related to Tom Gavin at all?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How about Allison Gavin?
Thank you very much. Very nice.
Yeah. What about Allison Gavin?
No.
There's a lot of Gavins around here.
It's an Irish name.
Yeah.
So seriously, thank you so much. The council invited us to speak today, and I'd like to do a little bit of history, a little bit of current, and then a little bit of future if I could. So back in February or January of 2020, we launched the BBCA, Bradley Beach Business and Community Alliance. And that was done as a recommendation from the strategic plan that we did for Bradley Beach, that there was a desire to increase civic engagement. What we decided to do is to launch a 501c6. It's a hybrid chamber, which also brings residents in and nonprofits in. So our mission is to pull together and bring together our residents, our businesses, and our nonprofits to strengthen our town. We have a board of 11 members, 3 are here with me, Honorable Gary Engelstead, Honorable Christine Dickler, and Honorable Andre Zapata. But we have a board of 11 members, and we have about 30 very active volunteers. We call them Alliance Advisors. So we are operating, as I say, as a 501c6, which is a hybrid of a chamber that brings in residents and nonprofits. So the coordination with the borough from the beginning was pretty direct. We sat and decided that we would have a resolution that approved us as an entity that would partner with the borough. We did that for 3 years, and this year we have a memorandum of understanding with the borough. That included us being co-sponsors of events. We also, as a part of coordination, have had at least monthly meetings with the administration via the VA or other staff members. I met with each council member at the beginning of this year to go over our plans for 2023 to coordinate more effectively. And you may recall we did a presentation in the fall here. So we've actively worked at coordinating with the borough in order to support the borough and its goals with residents, businesses, and nonprofits. Our 2023 plan, which I distributed to everybody, I will just give a couple highlights. We have grown to about 225 members. I thank all the council members who belong. I know all of you who belong. And so we have a goal of growing to 250 members this year. In the business side, we've been promoting, we introduced Boost Bradley Beach, which is a monthly weekend theme set of promotions of our business. In terms of business support, we've been working hard at resources for our businesses, some staffing initiatives, and really trying to bring our businesses together. And then in every case of our nonprofits, we've been supporting them. And then the fifth thing that we have done this year in our goals is events, both townwide events and member-only events. The most important thing I want to talk about is the future, is that we are in the midst of a strategic plan, looking at what we should do. And I've met with every council member to get their inputs. And I would say that universally, all of our council members would like us to organize and coordinate, not us, but as an entity, the borough, all of our community events. I also will say, we did a member survey and townwide events are very high. Main Street is super high and continuing to promote our small businesses. So as I think about, the past, the today, and then the future, I just will pledge that we'll coordinate and really participate in any way we can to make the borough better. So that's.
Thank you.
Should I sit or should I stand?
You could stay.
I can like.
Yeah.
You may stay.
Any questions for, Paul?
Yes.
Yep.
So, Paul, first of all, I think you understated your accomplishments today, because when you came in and started the BBBCA, our Chamber of Commerce had pretty much just collapsed. And they honestly probably hadn't been as effective as they would have liked to have been even up till that point. And you just came in like a whirlwind, and within a few years have grown your membership, as you just said, to over 200 people and businesses and residents. And I continue to marvel at the work that you and your leadership team does for Bradley Beach. So thank you for that. One of the reasons I asked specifically for this session, and you and I briefly had a chance to talk about this, is it actually just coincidentally came up earlier in the conversation about tourism. We, Bradley Beach, need to do a better job of segregating our assets, making sure that we don't collect money from you or give money to you out of the wrong pocket, i.e. the tourism trust. Unless you're focused on bringing people from out of town as well, which might be the case. And if you're doing that, a co-sponsorship is fine as long as we keep separate buckets. Again, we'll get into that later. But you mentioned the letter memorandum. And I had the chance to read through it. My first question though is, the mayor shared with us, I think 2 different letters of memorandum. They're identical, except there's a one has and one does not have the fourth item. The fourth item.
Yeah, that was my apologies. The fourth, I sent a draft. We actually had that draft go through a legal review, and the fourth item was stricken from it.
Oh, the fourth item was stricken.
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. That's actually good. Okay, thank you. So I went through, the fourth item would have been something I would have said probably wouldn't fit, but that's great. We're ahead of the game. But there are things in here that I really like, and then there are a few things that I think could be problematic, and I would want our attorneys to look at it, and I want you to be aware of it. I'd love to get your feedback on it. These are things I generally agree. I'm going to take us all through these because these are almost verbatim taken from the memorandum. So mutual website links. I think that's a really good idea. I applaud that. I wrote to myself, collaborate with the Bradley Beach Tourism Commission, which I know you do. Another one that I agree with, include BBBCA events on the borough calendar, events website, mayor's newsletter. Again, I wrote collaborate with tourism. Third one that I agree with, BBBCA will promote borough events in BBBCA website and social media posts. Perfect. The BBBCA and its members will provide inputs to borough and also participate in planning on town design and improvements as requested by borough. I like that. And my only addition would be to better define borough, because borough, the mayor alone is borough, the BA is borough, the entire council. I'd like some clarity on that. Another one that I like and I support, the BBBCA will secure approval of all events on or in borough property and schedule dates with borough. And again, just defining borough, who are you securing that from? 2 more that are I think are really good. BBBCA will secure approval of all events on or in borough property. Wait, maybe that's repeated twice. Okay. That one I like twice, I guess. In support of town residents, businesses and nonprofits, the borough will allow pro bono use of 719 Main Street as office address. That was the one that we struck, right? Looking good. Really just a couple of concerns. One of the statement says the borough will allow periodic use of town signage to promote BBCA events, including banners, digital signage and posters. And to me, that could be fine. It's just, to me, it's too general. I think we just collectively, we need a better understanding of what that commitment from the borough means. Are we paying for $10,000, $100,000, whatever signage? Is it, and where would they be placed? You know, we have a signage ordinance. I just would like greater clarity around that. The Borough of Bradley Beach and BBBCA will develop joint initiatives to support the growth and success of local businesses. Absolutely want to support local businesses. I want us all to be careful about joint initiatives. What does that mean? Again, I'm back to don't commingle these dollars. So we just have to clarify that further. The final question I have, and then I have two that I want to add of my own. The Borough of Bradley Beach will supply support by Department of Public Works and Bradley Beach Police for events organized by BBBCA when co-sponsored or joint events, and will be recognized as co-sponsor on BBBCA event materials. That is one that I'd like us to spend more time on because for a couple of reasons. One, I already said joint sponsorship could take us down the wrong path if we don't do it very clearly, that line of demarcation. But also this notion of open-ended use of potentially open-ended use of the Department of Public Works and the police. As someone mentioned earlier in their concerns about, are we not tracking this and we need to track it better? And you and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I would like the Borough Council, this is not on you and your organization. I would just like the Borough Council to do a better job of identifying costs to you and every other organization, charitable organization out there, just to make sure that we can say that's gonna be $500 in collective overtime. Can you build that into your fees? Or because we do represent the taxpayers, we do want to make sure that dollars being spent on any of these events are just coming from the right, coffer. I have two things that I'd like to see if could be included in this that we're not addressed. One is what I just really said, that Bradley Beach must maintain event costs, either actual or estimated, to facilitate the reimbursement of such costs. And that would include personnel, regular time and overtime, materials costs, equipment costs, other expenses. We do this, but I don't think we do it as consistently as we could, we, the council. So I just would like to make sure, we address that as a council. And then finally, the planned events by Bradley Beach Tourism and or the BBBCA, I would like to see some wording. Tell me if you agree and if your leadership team agrees, and you don't have to tell me tonight. I mean, let us know. But I'd like to see our events designed to benefit Main Street businesses in general. And where I get a little uncomfortable is when one business is given a concession for something and they may be benefiting when others with possibly similar enterprises don't have that opportunity. Or there might be, and not just you, this is for any event. It could be an event that we sponsor for ourselves. The notion of bringing in a food truck or bringing in some other external entity that might actually be competing with one of our merchants selling sandwiches across the street. So I would just like us to have a greater sensitivity to benefiting all businesses and really trying to minimize any advantages we give to outside businesses. Those are my thoughts, but I love the memoranda. I thought it was great. I just think there might be an opportunity to even improve it further.
Absolutely, and I think we've learned a lot, just by having 4 years of experience. And I won't try to answer every point. I do want to make one point, though, really clear. We have not been dispersed any cash from the trust fund. Zero. So there's no cash that's moved to us from the trust fund. There are expenses that are covered DPW and police, and that was part of our agreement. So we can revisit that. We'd have to know what these events cost. As I said to you when we talked, one or two choices. So that was the second thing. And the third, just a clarification on the signage, was just the permission to put up sandwich boards. It was not to charge the borough. But no cash is moved from the trust fund to us. And I would expect it, but none has moved. I do think we have an agreement right now that expenses are covered. And finally, yes, I'm happy to rewrite the memorandum of understanding going forward.
Yeah, and again, I think it's, everything you've done is great. Your leadership team, phenomenal. It's really just a question of making it, what's already really good, even hopefully a little better.
And I'm gonna turn it and see if Sir Engelstead or Christine Dickler or Andre Zapata would like to add anything.
No, I'm the person.
Name and address.
311 City Avenue. I'm the guilty party who created this evil monster called Paula Gavin. I bring her into the strategic planning process 100 years ago. We are an organization that learns as we go along, and we've got some great feedback tonight. We'll incorporate that. We have a growing volunteer base, so where there are expenses that maybe the DPW incurred, maybe we can pack up all the tables and do it ourselves and reduce those DPW expenses. So we will learn and we'll continue to work together.
Thank you. It's not like we're picking on you, but there was an email sent on December 27th, 2022 from Megan Bennett saying that a municipality cannot control the operations of a nonprofit entity by providing support through taxpayer resources. So she said that to the mayor. And as far as using the Biasi Center, you are welcome to use it as long as we welcome everybody else. It just, the lawyer recommended that we don't think the BBBCA should be permitted to use the community center for the mailing address. But I see it's on your letterhead, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So you might want to work on that as well. But otherwise,
Yeah, we
thank
talked
you.
about that. yeah.
And thank you for working with tourism and creating a calendar. I think, we had a couple toes getting stepped on because we had mutual events on double events on one day. And hopefully we can avoid this in 2024.
Thank you. Our dream is a community events calendar that will be available on the borough website and everybody else's website. And so we're pledged to do that, as you know.
Yes.
So thank you. And we will make a change on the mailing address to go to a PO box. That had been approved by the previous mayor. I really like it.
Well, maybe he didn't get this email. This was after his time, so we have to expect
Thank you,
it.
and I
Yes.
appreciate.
Okay,
the
yeah.
feedback.
Yeah, no, we've had the discussion that we probably need to shift to a PO box. Yeah.
Councilman Weber?
Okay.
All right, great. And I just, before I do sit down, I want to make sure I just acknowledge Christine and Andres and really all of the members that we have been recruiting, but all of the businesses in town. We believe that we can bring the town together and we're just committed to do that. So thank you very much.
You're a very powerful force in the town, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes.
Just for my financial issues on Gilbert Avenue. For clarification for me, is it possible that we could go through the bill list, previous bill list? And see, how Omar, the tent maker, tent man, and the downtown decorations. And the banner people were paid, was it from tourist development or the tourist trust?
We can do that. I mean, I'm sure we can do that accounting. Paula, you have that accounting probably. Do you not?
Yeah, Omar the 10 was paid by the borough through the tourism fund, and the flags similarly, those were done by the borough.
So that was over $8,000.
I'm sorry. I didn't-
It was close to 8,000, it was over $8,000.
There were two payments, yes.
But then you said, okay. But the memo that I got from
I'm sorry. The money for the tent man was paid for by the borough. The decision of where it came from was paid partially by tourism and partially by sponsors. Similarly with the flags.
According to the bill list, the way I remember it, it was out of one account. I don't know whether or not it was tourism development or tourism trust.
So I just want to say, I don't know. You're right. That would be the borough.
Yeah, we can get the answer to that question.
I'm just want to have better understanding. I don't doubt you, but I know the entries the way they are.
I hear you, yeah.
And I have this bill list, I have this number for $5,996 for the tent man, and then for the downtown donations. Decorations, it's $3,253.
Those were the flags that we put up.
I understand exactly that, but it's paid by tourism. The memo, okay.
Mrs. Shishius, I think what, and you're saying tourism trust, tourism development, that's one and the same thing. It's one trust. It's
Okay,
called tourism.
but if we look on the bills list.
You're right.
If we look on the bills list,
Mhm.
it's going to be identified coming out of tourism.
You are correct.
Okay. thank
And,
you.
and that is one of the things we've been talking about. You have specific examples, but we've been saying that, again, BBBCA is not aware of our accounting. Probably should not, if we did it correctly, probably should not have been paid out of our tourism trust.
Yeah, because this is the Bradley Beach tourism number
Understood.
comes from tourism fees and not from tax levies. That's from the memo from the mayor.
Correct.
So there's a little bit of confusion in
Well,
my mind.
The trust is, there's fees paid into a trust fund. It's not part of the tax bill that you get in the mail.
Right, but if that. The money from the 130 anniversary party should not have come out of tourism because it was not a tourism event.
Sure.
That's, I
That's.
think we've learned this
Okay,
from experience.
I just need clarification in my own head.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are correct.
Okay, we're gonna move to the next agenda item, which is presentations and bids. There are none. Approval of minutes for the September 27, 2023 council business meeting. Yep.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstain.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Approval of minutes for the September 27, 2023 executive session meeting minutes. Executive session meeting minutes, sorry.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstain.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Public comments pertaining to 10-11-23 agenda items, 5-minute limit and single instance to speak. Yes.
Bill Coolidge, Monmouth Avenue. I'd like to publicly acknowledge James Health in regards to dumpsters, particularly at the former Auto Tech facility there. That dumpster seems to be there for eternity. That property itself, I believe, detracts from the beauty of our town. I wish it could be spruced up a little bit. But again, Jane, thank you for your efforts in that. At least it's gone for the time being. But
Thank you for bringing that to our attention,
Thank
Joe.
Okay, we'll talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Deborah Brunel, 401 Fifth Avenue. I just want to publicly thank the people who supported me in the election and all my friends and neighbors who supported me tonight. And I will see you next November.
Thank you. Yes.
Bill list,
Sorry,
may I ask a question about the bill list now?
it's the agenda, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just- Okay. I find a recurring pattern with the bill list. This time it's TNM Associates. And if the billing is from 2/24/23 to 9/22/23, and it's for $6,072. This bill was posted February 24th to 23. Why to 10/6/23? Why, I don't understand why we are so, we consistently are always paying our bills late. I don't understand if it's from February to now, why are we paying? It's a repeated pattern in this town. And I would like to understand why we get bills we're paying bills that go back to February. That's on this one. And another one, an outflow on the bill list on July 26th. it was from T&M to, it was February 24th, 2023. And we paid it in July. And it was worth $5,891. And the bill list on June 9th, T&M, okay, outflow, well, this one, it was, the bill was for June 7th, 23. And that was billed, and that was for $7,000, $7,534. I mean, I've come up here numerous times asking, why are we paying bills that are from February?
Let me make a initial comment. I will find out, but if I look at the number of bills we pay, it's a pretty significant amount of line items. The majority of those bills are on time. The particular one you're talking about, I'll ask BA to talk about, but the series. This project is the outfall pipe that is being developed. The project is being developed out of Sylvan Lake. The outfall, which we found over a year ago, we had sinkholes in the dunes. We're working jointly with Avon. It's running through our systems, but we're splitting the cost of it over time. But I'd ask the business administrator if you want to talk about those.
Can I just is Avon being billed the same amount that we are being billed?
It's 50-50. No, we're paying the whole amount and then we're back billing Avon.
Okay, just one other question. During this recent storm, did all these repairs,
They haven't been repaired yet.
if they haven't been repaired, are we paying, what did we pay for?
We're paying for the project to be developed and the project to be executed. This project's, I want to say it's north of $3 million. That's going to be done over the next year and a half. So this is the engineering upfront work that has to get done, permits, DEP,
Okay.
all the elements that have to be done to get us ready for this. The good news is, because we all had our fingers crossed in this last storm, not this last one, but the one before that caused us flooding on Fletcher Lake, was that we do have a partially collapsed trough in Sylvan Lake under the dune. If that completely collapsed, we would be in real trouble. We'd be having to get pumps all over the place. It didn't happen, so that was the good news. But it's still a project we're hoping to get done by next spring, jointly with that one.
On the lakes, but this is a little digression, but did they empty the lakes during the time that, with all that heavy rain that we had before the high tide?
Yes, we did, but
You did it this,
yes, we did.
okay.
Meredith, you want to?
Yeah, so just to give you some information on this one, this is a bond ordinance which was passed by the governing body in 2022. So this bill reflects the final design, the permitting, the preliminary design of the project. The funds were encumbered back in February. So this bill we just received on September 26th. So we are, promptly paying it from when it was received, but this is for the final design work. So this was the bill that encompassed all that kind of pre-work before it starts going into the construction.
So they saved. So they didn't bill us. They collected,
So in our system, so in our systems, when we know that there is money being put out or that we're gonna be spending money, the funds are encumbered. So they're basically kind of set aside or held in the system. So
Reserved,
that's
yeah.
reserved, yes, exactly. So, we knew what the totals were going to be. The bill arrives in September because the phase of the project is done. And with this particular bill, the way that the bond ordinance reads, Bradley Beach Borough pays the bill, and then we're bill Avon and get reimbursed for half.
so in other words, you didn't receive a bill from them in February.
No, we received it on September 26th, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Pretty prompt. September 26th. Over 10, yes.
Yes, you know, when our coming in. You know, one reason why needed cancer, so I don't understand the explanation that my predecessor got. He said, well, this is the final, sort of final bill, final services, but then it's preliminary bill.
It's for the final design work. I'm sorry if I was not clear.
Well, you also said preliminary. Yeah, this is my 5 minutes. Please stay out of it. Thank you. So on the bill list, and Mr. Weber, please correct me if I say the wrong pages. These are small potatoes. Page 4, $512. CL 024 for special legal services. Well, that's a little vague. Page 6, integrated systems, cameras for the rec center, $305. We consistently buy cameras for the rec center. Is there a problem there? Are we buying bad equipment? Do we have people vandalizing? I mean, do we need to fix that problem? Because it seems like every time we turn around, cameras for the rec center are on, and it's not like photograph cameras, it's security cameras. Page 9. New Jersey Natural Gas. Okay, like it's been warm, but how do we have $526 going to the gas company? I'm not even gonna go through a Flynn on page 15, overlooking that one. On page 13, though, we bought a screen for the rec center for $135. I'm going to assume it's a pull down screen, but we know what happens when you assume, which somebody did at the beginning of the meeting. But if it is a pull down screen, we used to have one here. Where'd it go? We spent $851 according to page 12 for the rec center and ShopRite. Does the rec center only eat? Or those are, like, is it a culinary center? Because every time I turn around, we're paying for food for the rec center. I have problems with all of that. So again, these are small potatoes, but they add up. And again, I look at you all, we're to steward our money, stop wasting it, and that's a nice word that I'm using. And we just keep getting worse and worse, and then you wonder why we turn out like this, which we were admonished for, that we're an oddity in municipalities. It is because of lack of trust. And I would think that the next thing you need to look into are the P&Ls of the rec center. Because I certainly know that we are in no way taking in the memberships and participation what we are spending. Thank you.
Ms. Mena.
Did I do it wrong page? Please tell me.
No, the first page, the first one on page 4.
Yes.
We asked about that as well. And it's for the attorney shepherding our affordable housing stuff through, so.
So how come some bills say affordable housing next to the attorneys, and this one says special legal?
That I cannot answer. But that's the one that I know, and I also know that on the recreation front, yeah, I know it seems like we buy a lot of food, and I feel the same way, but. What you're not seeing is all the money that comes in for all the kids that pay to.
Why do we not see that?
Because this is a bill list, not a revenue
Well-
list, and that's never happened. I don't have an explanation of why we don't see that, but.
I think it's really important, and I think I've said that before,
And-
we need to know what comes in. Don't just tell me we sold X number of beach badges. We need to know.
Sure.
You know,
That's
for
a
all
great-
of these things, what do people pay?
Sure. that's a
Again,
great
because
example.
also, you know, not only security and all of that I always bring up, and sanitation, when I say DPW, I also mean increased tipping fees, which is really a bigger part of everything.
Sure.
And we eat that
That's a
along
great,
with all the food we eat.
that's a great example you said, because we do hear the numbers about beach badge revenue that comes in, because there's other revenue, so correct me if I'm wrong, but when everybody that pays to come to summer camp or something like that, that goes in yet another trust, right? It's like the recreation trust fund or whatever, and then that comes out of there,
But
correct?
but again, we're not, is it being covered? We're not privy to that. You know that at home, if you need to spend money on something, you need to know, do you have enough coming in to support that expenditure?
I just asked the BA to like, to,
I'm sure they'll blame it on
no,
it.
to confirm what I just said, like it's a separate trust for recreation, right? And we're not deficit spending on the recreation trust, correct? Okay, good.
I don't know, get up all those cameras.
Councilman, also just to answer your question, so as you know, with the fair share housing, we have the special master and the attorneys. So in the system, we list one as special litigation versus fair share housing, so we can better separate and track what's going to Wiener Law Group versus what's going to Clark Campus.
Okay.
Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue, second comment then. Resolution 2023-250, this is for the benches at 401 Main Street. I want to thank Mr. Marco for getting it on the agenda so we can get it resolved as quickly as possible. But I do want to say that those benches will be installed at our own expense, and I appreciate you giving us the ability to put in these 2 6-foot benches. I did interact with Ms. Gavin and the BBBCA. Miss John Gavin, and a couple other their board members. And we're trying to come to a consensus on a consistency of design for the street furniture. So all of Main Street, hopefully at some point, can have matching benches. So we'd like this to be a start. So I'm hoping to work with them over the next 2 weeks. I'd love to get them ordered. But if there's any council interaction, we'd be more than welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to ordinances. We have ordinance introduction 2023-12, an ordinance replacing chapter 450 zoning of the borough's revised general ordinances to update the borough zoning regulations. We would want to, I'm sorry, do we have any council comments on 2023-12, the 450?
I have a comment. I want to thank Councilman Gubitosi because I know he spent a lot of time on this. I want to thank Ben Matlack because I know he spent a lot of time on it. And he even spent a lot of time tonight on this to get to this point in the meeting. So thanks for hanging in there with this, Ben. This is, to me, really thorough. And I know I had a lot of questions and back and forth, and I think it's where we wanted to be. So thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, but could we just ask Mr. Malak to perhaps give us a brief overview? It's been a while since the residents have heard this, and folks in this room may not even be aware of it. At a very high level, what you've been through over the past year.
Sure. I think it's probably been over a year, probably a year and a half, maybe close to 2 years now. So
Year and a half, not 2 years.
Okay, year and a half. So the general work that we did was updating chapter 450 zoning ordinance. Your new zoning officer year and a half ago or so, started going through the zoning ordinance, coming across issues with residents submitting applications for zoning permits, and there were conflicting sections of the ordinance. So we had to go through the very long task of going through the whole ordinance. It's quite lengthy when it comes to zoning ordinances. And we went through definitions, we went through sections that conflicted, and throughout the course of the last year and a half, just by diving into and trying to enforce the zoning ordinance, new issues kind of popped up as you go along. These things kind of reveal themselves as you get further into reading the ordinance. I gave a couple of public presentations before the council to go through all the changes that were made. There was some back and forth, as you said, John, between myself, council members, administrator, and zoning officer, and we also had a subcommittee or group of ordinance team that was put together that helped me, made up of residents, business owners, land use board members, and we are here now with a final product, and I think it's worked out well.
Just a couple of comments. Before you came along, we had I'll call it a makeshift committee set up by former Mayor Engelstad. And I feel your pain. There's a lot of nuance issues that we in Bradley Beach need to address. We like to say we're unique, and we're certainly unique when it comes to issues that we face relative to density, neighbors building monolithic homes on really small lots because it's a beautiful community, they want to be part of it, but they want to have a lot of space. We have very small lots primarily in the northern end of town, and we have larger lots in the southern end. And there were issues that I thought needed to be addressed, and I think they have been addressed to a large degree to make the application of our laws a little more equitable to all sizes and shapes of lots. So I think you had a tall undertaking. I know you and I spent a lot of time. You probably got paid a lot more for it than I did, but you were phenomenally helpful in getting me through a lot of those changes. I appreciated it. And again, a lot of it, for all your expertise as an engineer coming in knowing zoning, I think there's probably a decent learning curve for you as well, because of our unique characteristics. A simple example I remember you and I going back and forth on was we have a rule for average setback different measurement for a new house comes in, they want to build. Well, the requirement might be a 25-foot setback from the front from the street. Meanwhile, all the other houses in that neighborhood are only 15 feet back. But we're telling them, hey, the ordinance says 25. Well, we ultimately changed it to use averaging, which Mr. Shuck, you're well aware of. You were on that earlier committee as well as the head of the planning board for years. But that is a unique kind of change that Bradley Beach needs, because we don't want this inconsistent streetscape. We don't want the new house having to be back 25 feet when everybody else is back 15 feet, right? So stuff like that you might not see in many other towns. I have one minor question, maybe it's a quick edit, and then I have one other question. But there is a definition for boarding house. And boarding house being a prohibited use, I'm wondering if we should just strike that altogether, or is there a good reason why we would want to include it?
Well, if you're going to prohibit the use, I think you want to define what that actually is. So I think then that would be appropriate to have a definition for.
I've heard both sides of that argument. I don't disagree with you. In fact, I think I probably, when I first heard the other side, I think I started out where you are. But we were talking about hotels. And we were talking a little while back about, making them a non-permitted use. But there was an advocate saying we should have a very strict definition of what a hotel is. And I was probably on the side of that advocate. It makes sense. If we're going to have restricted, let's say what it is we're restricting. But I thought this was insightful for me. The person came back and said, you're better off not defining it, because if you define it too clearly, somebody will kind of work around it, find the loophole, if you will. So I don't know. I'm asking you as a professional in the world of boarding houses, we don't want them. But if we define it too closely, are we at risk of having somebody put in one less room, or one more square foot of coverage, or whatever?
That's a fair argument. I don't have the definition right in front of me, so I don't know exactly where it is, but
I have it right here.
okay.
And this is what concerns me, a rooming house in which meals are served, excluding hotels. So they can have a boarding house if they didn't serve meals, I would say, right? So there's a loophole there. So it kind of, I think, like, don't even go there.
But we banned boarding houses in 2017, did we not?
Yeah, that's
I think, yeah.
that's a current definition.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I'm wondering if we should just strike the definition. That was my real question.
Okay, I mean, it's really it's your choice, whatever changes you want to make to the ordinance. I don't think it's based on that definition. I don't really foresee a huge problem going forward. But that's their points.
Yeah, what Mr. Noble, what you just pointed out is actually a great example. I mean, serve meals. Maybe I'd like to hear the rest of the council, but on that particular topic, I think I'd be inclined to just say, let's strike it. But we can talk about that with the rest of the council. My one other question is, you and I went back and forth on bed and breakfast. I think my understanding was we were going to leave it alone, where the way it stood today, a conditional use in the R1 zone. But then there was some back and forth where at one point, I think you moved bed and breakfast to be allowed on the Main Street zones, you know? And I was not in favor of that. Where did we end up in here? I haven't.
I think that ended up not being allowed on Main Street. I do remember that came up as a public comment that somebody suggested that bed and breakfast be expanded to Main Street. And there was no council discussion on it. And so I believe that was an email that I sent after basically posing that question because there was a discussion on it. And based on some feedback from you, we decided to keep it out.
My last question to you, is there anything of all the stuff you've been through, is there anything that you think we didn't make the right decision on? When I say we, I mean the collective we. Anything that you would have pushed back harder?
I don't think so. I think, you know, it's your town and you know it better than I do. So if there was something that I really felt was a problem from an engineering standpoint or a zoning standpoint, or planning, you know, I would have said, look, we need to really take a step back and look at this. But I think that what we have here is a good finished product.
Again, thank you for all the work you've done.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments, I'd ask that we make a motion to introduce ordinance 2023-12.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask if we could strike that one definition or folks disagree?
What's the definition again?
It's, where is it? It's
Boarding house?
it's on like the third or fourth page in.
It's a boarding house, a rooming house in which meals are served excluding hotels.
So, what's the concern? Like, how could they get around it? I don't really understand that.
Well, what if you opened up your house to letting, I don't know, different people stay, long term in each of your bedrooms? But they said you have to eat at McDonald's, you don't serve meals. Which is, I'm being facetious, but the idea is the definition hinges on serving meals, whereas if somebody started doing that, we don't have a definition, we could at least come in and say, boarding houses are prohibited use, and whether you're serving meals or not, doesn't matter. You can't have 8 individual people, paying you rent for 8 individual rooms.
There's a state definition of boarding house, is there not?
Yeah, boarding house is regulated by the state.
They are regulated.
Well, maybe we could use their definition.
I mean, I don't think it's a huge deal to remove it without rooming boarding house.
Yeah, because the 3 boarding houses we still have in town that are grandfathered are regulated by the state, not by us.
I mean, I think you could change the definition to simply, I would just put C rooming house. So a rooming house is referred to as a building arranger is defined as NJSA 55:13B-3, which I'm pretty sure is the Bureau of Boarding House. I look that up real quick.
So wait, is rooming house? Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's regulated. So you're really talking about a tenement house. In that factory, it says the boarding house means. Boarding house means any building together with any related structure accessory. This is the state definition, and your zoning ordinance refers to this later on as a rooming house, but fundamentally boarding house is in there too. Which contains 2 or more units of dwelling space arranged or intended for single room occupancy, exclusive of any such unit occupied by an owner or operator, and wherein personal and financial services are provided to the residents, including any residential hotel or congregate living arrangement, but excluding any hotel or motel established as a guest house, where a minimum of 85% of the units of dwelling space are offered for limited tenure only, which is the definition of hotel under state law. Any community residence for the developmentally disabled and any community residence for the mentally ill is defined in the law, and essentially all the stuff that you're talking about. I don't need to read the whole thing, but I think that the way to fix what you're talking about with the meals and what have you is to simply refer to this statute just like it does in rooming house below. A building or arranged or used as defined in NJSA 55:13B-3. Rooming house is defined in there as a boarding house where you don't provide the personal financial services. So it basically covers all scenarios. I think you should. If you want to solve this issue or any loophole, because Councilman Donovan brings up an excellent point. You just refer to the state, it's state regulated, so we just put in the state definition for that as well, and I think you're good. Because that squares
And it's
everything
consistent
from
with what we do.
licensing all the way down, yeah.
So first I thought I heard you say, Greg, the strike or boarding house, just say see rooming house definition where the state statute is referenced, but now are you saying just at boarding house, just?
Well, I just looked through the state statute and realized that they're defined differently, so I think we should just refer to the statute for both, and that covers everything from top to bottom of any regulation for that. That would be the state regs are in line with us.
Is it, they regulate both, right? Boarding and rooming, is that correct?
They regulate both, yes.
Okay. So that I think we can make on the fly here, and
I already have it open if you guys are okay with that.
I think that's fine.
so can the
Yes.
motion be to approve this with the changes that we just suggested to?
Yep.
Definition boarding house and rooming house?
That
Great.
is the motion.
And I'll send this to you as the revised
Yes,
as
thank you.
introduced version.
Yep.
Then I will second that.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstain.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, move on to adoptions. We have ordinance 2023-13, an ordinance amending chapter 348, portable storage units and dumpsters of the borough's revised general ordinances to update the regulations pertaining to same. We'll start with any council comments. Any council comments? No? Okay, then I'll close that and move into the public hearing for ordinance 2023-13. I have a motion to open the public comments.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose.
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstain.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, any public comments on this ordinance? Okay, if there's no public comments, I'll make a motion to close 2023-13 and move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
I'd like to thank Ms. DeNoble for the hard work she put into this and vote yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstain.
Mr. Weber.
Just wait till next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Mayor.
enjoy your free ride.
Yeah, exactly. It won't last long.
Yes, but. Okay, we'll move on to communications, communications, appointment of acting business administrator, Mary Marco, and memorandum on the procedure to fill council vacancy, that, council, can provide to us. We have, excuse me, move to resolutions, consent and individual. On the consent agenda, we have 2023-246 bill list for October 11th, 2023. And I'm sorry, we also have approving the borough Halloween curfew for 2023, which we wanted to get that in before the next meeting to get adequate time to communicate it.
Can we vote on the bill list separately?
You mean 2023-246 and 2023-247?
Yeah, I'd like to move 246 out of the consent agenda, vote on it separately if we could, as an individual resolution.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Noble,
I'll make that.
Yes.
motion.
oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, you make the motion?
Yep.
Your second, all right. Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-247, approving the borough Halloween curfew for 2023.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Individual resolutions authorizing the award of proposal for professional engineering services with CME Associates for stormwater infrastructure map upgrade to conform with MSA DEP requirements.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you want to start with the consent agenda that we moved there, or do you want to put that at the end?
We skipped.
The bill.
Separated out the bill list.
The-
of the
All
bill
right, you
list.
just made a motion to move the bill list to the individual resolution
Yes,
section.
the first resolution is the last.
Do you want to do that as your first resolution under individual, or do you want to do it as your last?
I just assume we moved it to the individual and we approved it. Did we not?
No, they.
Oh, you're just making a motion to move it
Just
to
move it to
individual. I'm
individual. I
sorry.
believe they want more discussion on it.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. Why don't we finish this one and we'll make that one
Okay.
the second. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's
Okay,
okay.
no problem.
You're doing 248, right?
248, did we second it yet?
No.
Second,
Thank you. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Abstain.
Mr. Weber?
$25,000, this better be a pretty fancy Ben, Mr. Matlock, and I will vote yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. So on the individual, we'll now go to 2023-246, approval of the bill list.
I have a number of questions.
Okay,
I've shared basically all of these with our acting VA, Mr. Marco, but I'd like the residents to at least be aware of my question and Mr. Marco's answers, just for the sake of public education. There was a relatively small charge, $212, page 4. $212 charge for CME. It was related to bid prep for solid waste, and my question to Mr. Marco was that I was under the impression we didn't move forward with doing an RFP for solid waste. And Mr. Marco, you responded, but for the benefit of the public, could you just share why we have that fee?
Sure, so the summer invoice reflects the final meeting between Public Works personnel, the mayor, the administrator, and PME to discuss alternative ways of collecting municipal solid waste and recyclables. The expenditure was authorized by the governing body in 2022 via resolution 2022-001, but this was at the final meeting of before we decided not to.
Thank you. Then, and that was a reasonable answer by my measure. And pages 11 through 12, there were fuel charges for Riggins Inc. diesel fuel, $7,769.41. And my question was, are there opportunities to reduce fuel costs through purchasing arrangements with the county or state? And again, you provided me with what I thought was a very thorough answer, but I'd like to share it with them.
Sure, yeah, so this bill reflects a cooperative purchasing agreement that the borough has with Stafford Township, who organizes a consortium for the purchase of fuel. There's a number of these consortiums around the state, and yes, we will be exploring if, there's other opportunities for cost saving measures. But this is a cooperative agreement.
Thank you. On page 13, T&M Associates had charges for the alcohol repair, $6,722. I think Ms. Shishias brought this up. And Mr. Mayor, I think you responded that when asked the question, I didn't know these answers, but we Bradley Beach pay the full amount, $6,722. And then we somehow bill and receive payment back from Avon for 50%. So thank you for educating me earlier in this meeting. My follow-up question is, how does that process work? Like, how do we collectively know that somebody's actually following up and billing Avon?
So it's one of the questions I asked this week as well, and I do feel like we can get some tighter procedures in there. We do know, for example, there's like roughly $200,000 to $5,000 left in this budget account. But we are keeping track, and I'm going to be working with our accounts payable to make sure there's a system in place to make sure we're reimbursing.
Okay, is it somewhat of a manual like tickler system, or is there something they can put into Edmunds that generates the?
So in theory, we should be able to do it through Edmunds, but that's part of the thing we want to explore. Is there an easier way to be doing it than how it's currently being done? Is there that automated possibilities?
My last question on page 15 was the legal services for Ms. Victoria Flynn. I asked you to confirm if that was for the mayor's fees that were incurred in his lawsuit against the council.
Correct. It reflects professional service fees rendered by the special counsel in the matter of Oxford.
And for that one item, I would like to vote that out separately.
Good. Okay, any other questions on the bills? Okay, then I will make a motion to approve the bill list minus page 15. The item on page 15 mentioned by Councilman.
Ms. Victoria Flynn, LLC Legal Services, $7,710.
I'll second it.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. So we'll now vote on Victoria Flynn LLC Legal Services, $7,710. Make a motion to approve.
I'd like to have comments about it first. Sure. I think I speak for many, including residents, that we've all been waiting for this particular bill list item. I've heard varying theories about whether or not the council should support the reimbursement of legal fees incurred by Mayor Fox in his effort to sue the council. Many residents are upset that taxpayer dollars might be spent, and they argue that the mayor lost 4 out of the 5 claims that he included in his lawsuit against the council. However, other residents state that the mayor's legal fees should be reimbursed since he sued the council in his official capacity as mayor. They say it was the only option available to him to stop the council from encroaching upon the mayor's powers. I see it differently than both of these parties. To me, this is not an argument about who won or who lost the lawsuit. Technically, the mayor lost 80% of his claims. Doesn't matter. Also, it's not about whether the mayor acted within the scope of his duties, in my opinion, unless you mean duties to himself. Instead, I think the decision to reimburse the mayor's legal fees comes down to 3 key issues. Issue number 1 is council procedure. This governing body serves the residents, and together we engage our borough attorney to provide us with legal guidance, which Mr. Cannon provided.
Can people please silence their phones? Thank you.
Which Mr. Cannon provided as it regarded our constant questions about the mayor's and the council's powers. When one of us does not agree with Mr. Cannon's legal guidance, we can debate Mr. Cannon. We can find a friendly attorney who might provide us with pro bono legal consulting. We can even hire an attorney using our own resources. But there is no provision in our law that allows any one of us to challenge our own borough attorney using taxpayer dollars. If any member of the council dislikes our attorney's guidance, should they be able to hire an external attorney to challenge our own attorney? And if so, how would we limit that one council person's amount spent? This would place all financial risk for these actions on our taxpayers. It would remove the power of the council to manage the spending of our taxpayer dollars. On May 26, 2023, the mayor was quoted in the Asbury Park Press suggesting that he could have his legal fees paid from a special mayor's budget. Ladies and gentlemen, no such budget exists. Number 2, the law. Number 1 was council procedure. Number 2, the law. In the mayor's lawsuit, his attorney, Ms. Flynn, requested the court to grant fee shifting to her client, Mayor Fox. Effectively, this is a request to force the borough of Bradley Beach to pay the mayor's legal fees. The court denied this claim for the reimbursement of the mayor's legal fees. The judge said no, Bradley Beach doesn't have to pay for the mayor's fees. Then the mayor turns around and submits his attorney's legal fees to Bradley Beach for reimbursement. I don't think so. Last but not least, number 3, the public interest. Council procedure, the law, public interest. The governing body of any municipality can be sued periodically, although not typically by their own mayor. When this does happen, the governing body should always be acting in the public's interest. Therefore, when our borough attorney or our JIF attorney or our land use board attorney defends the borough, they are defending the public's interest. When one member of the council acts independently, they are acting in their own interest, not in the interest of the public. There is nothing wrong with initiating a lawsuit in an attempt to defend your own interests. That is my opinion, as long as you don't use taxpayer dollars to do so. That is the comment I wanted to make before we vote. I don't know if anyone else has comments they'd like to add.
I'll make the comment. When the mayor announced this announced to us by email that he was gonna sue the council. My very first comment to him was, how on earth would you pay for this? How are you gonna pay for this? Mayor's got a campaign fund and seems pretty flush with money. He's had fundraisers 2.5 years before he had to run for office, so if Ms. Flynn wants to get paid, I don't see why she can't get paid from the mayor's campaign fund.
Thank you. I will make a couple comments. If you think something is wrong, you should address it. In looking at our ordinances and, I'm sorry, our form of government, and looking at the ordinances that were being developed, I continually brought up to the council that these seem to be inappropriate. I brought them up to our council. I brought them up to a conflict attorney. The conflict attorney tended to agree with me. I went out and got pro bono opinions because I did not want to state something inappropriately. In May, I said to the council, if you move forward and try to appoint people, which is not part of this form of government, making appointments by council members, you're crossing a line and I'm going to have to take action. You crossed the line, I took the action. The judge ruled, and we can go through the numbers. There were a couple of things in the lawsuit that to me weren't as prominent or important as the key issue, which was who has the appointment authority, who has the ability to do that. The judge clearly ruled that the line was crossed. And if you want to change the form of government, talk to the town, put a referendum in place. This ain't the place to do it in an ordinance. So I feel very comfortable in what I did. Do I feel good about it? No, I wish we didn't have to do it, but I felt to protect not only the office of the mayor, but our form of government, that I was sworn in to ensure that it was maintained. I felt that it was appropriate. So we can disagree on that point, but that's where I stand. Thank you. So vote to
Mr. Mayor, I want to agree with you on something. You said you wanted to take action, you notified the council, you threatened whatever that you.
I didn't threaten anybody. I said,
Say you would
please
take
don't
action.
cross that line.
Or else.
Please don't use words that are inflammatory. Thank you.
Okay, you very nicely informed us that you might have to take action. I said in my comments, anyone has every right to take action. The one piece you did not state is you said, I will take action and I will use taxpayer funds to do so, until I read it in the Asbury Park Press.
Well,
And I
the
made a
special-
note at that time.
I have zero recollection of making any comment on a special mayor's fund, because I wouldn't have any earthly idea what a special mayor's fund is. So maybe it was misquoted. I don't know, and I'd have to look at the articles.
The point is, even now, you've presented this bill for us to approve. You are asking the taxpayers to fund this. And you had every right to take action. I don't think you have any right to ask the taxpayers to fund it.
Well, then I would ask the question, by developing an ordinance that was identified by the judge as inappropriate and spending money on that and defending that was probably the same amount of hours and probably the same cost. Should that be borne by the town?
We all of us, all 5 people sitting here at the time, hire one attorney to represent us, our borough council. We all went through all the machinations possible of what we felt was appropriate. Clearly, we disagreed. Groups within us disagreed. Our council, understanding he serves all of us, gave us his best legal advice. We all, well, apparently 3 of us proceeded with his best guidance. And again, he was not taking sides. He was saying, this is as I see it. You challenged him repeatedly. One of your pro bono attorneys wrote a 10-page brief explaining why they thought you were right. Our attorney, the one we hired, the one who serves the taxpayers, said, I disagree. You can sue, but based on everything I see and I understand about the law, and Mr. Ken, I apologize, I realize I'm speaking for you.
I've been in the middle of this for like a year and a half.
I know, but
I love everyone.
the point being, those of us who who made that decision to move forward with that one particular amendment that the judge did strike, not all the others that he allowed. We did so with advice of our counsel. You chose to challenge on that one item, the judge found in your favor. That's not to say that argument is even dead yet. It's temporarily resolved in your favor. So right now, as we stand, I said, doesn't matter, even if one piece of this was right or wrong, it doesn't matter, right or wrong. What matters is, are you serving the public good? And any one of us, you're the only person sitting here who would even dare to try to spend the public's money. I couldn't raise my hand and say, I don't like our attorney's opinion. I want to challenge, I want to sue. I can't imagine this council would cut me a check. I can't imagine. In fact, I'll go one step further. A little over a year ago, I did challenge and I was told, no, you are wrong. I spent $1,000 out of my own pocket to get legal advice, came back and worked with our attorneys, and they came over to my side on that particular issue. I won the issue, if you will. Did I come back and ask for a refund? I did not. That should not have been a taxpayer expenditure. And that's my personal experience setting my own precedent. So I firmly believe this is inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote on need a line item.
Victoria Flint, LLC Legal Services.
Yes. Is there, yeah, I guess that's enough to vote on that. We know what the line item is. So I'll make a motion to approve that expenditure. There are no seconds. We will move to the next agenda item. Which is.
I'll second it. So we can have a formal vote.
Ms. Noble,
No.
Mr. Gubatose?
No.
Ms. Mahoney,
No.
Mr. Weber,
No.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Thank you. Individual resolutions, we already covered the engineering for CME. Let's go to establishing an annual fee for second year at Bradley. The borough's concession license agreement with the Passion Group consent for ATM LLC for ATM machine. Make a motion to approve 2023-249.
Second,
Ms. Noble,
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
I encourage everybody to use the ATMs at the banks in town because the fee on this is $3.99. So I will vote yes to the consent.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-223, authorizing an engineering firm to provide professional environmental and engineering services, bidding assistance and construction administration services for the demolition of structures located upon 319 Lorraine Avenue.
You skipped 250.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
250.
Yes, 250.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed
okay.
250.
okay.
Let me cover 250 and then we'll come back to this. So,
And I do have a question on this before we make a motion.
on 250.
Yes, sir.
2023-250 is granted permission for technically so I don't miss them. That's why I missed it. 401 Main Street to place and maintain 2 benches within the borough's right of way outside the main entrance of said property along Main Street. Make a motion to approve 250.
Discussion first.
Yeah.
So number one, I applaud Mr. Cohen's request and effort to do this, but I did want to follow up on Mr. Cohen, your reference that you would collaborate with the BBBCA. And then you said something to the effect, and with the council, if we were interested. And not speaking for the entire council, but I wondered, I'd be interested just in seeing where you and BBBCA end up in terms of design. Is that something you'd be willing to share with the council?
Yeah, I submitted with my letter 2 options, which I thought were
Right.
appropriate.
But have you?
And Ms. Gavin reached out to me, we did review them,
Okay.
one was more expensive. Again, my intent here is if I'm gonna do this, that we can have a cohesive look through Main Street and she referred to, I don't wanna speak for her, but you know, the fact that there may be possibility to do bench naming and the BBBCA can get behind that. Mr. Orfis, who also works with the BBBCA, makes some recommendations. And I think they're gonna have a meeting, next week on Friday, just this Friday. So, and then I think they're gonna kick around some ideas. So we'd like to come to a consensus, but we would like input from the council also. If, like I said, if we make it uniform, right now it's a mishmash. I didn't want to put 2 benches out in your right of way that, this is the proper way to do it, I thought.
I think, I love the idea of continuity, and I applaud you getting together with BBBC to talk through that. If we want to extend that continuity then throughout the rest of the borough over time, cost would be an issue as well. What is your cost range right now?
Well, one of the benches was approximately 1,100 and another one was 1,800. So, there's a big difference there, but I mean, I just want to do something that's going to last for 20 years. I don't want to have a lot of maintenance and, the higher quality would be a better bench. But again, I understand this Gavin talked about, if it was about $1,000 a bench, there may be a naming potential, just like the honorary trees with the shade tree. People want their names on it, and it's been very successful at the beach. This is just a different idea.
Well, I love the idea, and I know we're not voting on doing this for every other business, but I think it would defeat the purpose I plan to vote yes, but it would defeat the purpose that you envision of having continuity if after we vote yes here, if we do, if we then said, oh, this is too expensive for the rest of the borough, so we're gonna have to change the design.
That's why I like it, and also the benches that the borough has installed, some of them are really not in the proper locations, accessibility wise, but they're from 1997. They've been refurbished by Public Works, and they're kind of at the end of their useful life. So if those can be replaced, and again, in the naming program, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen, these are up against the building.
Yeah, that's the
Not-
proper location, because it's a state highway, they shouldn't really be at the curb because people can't open their doors. I ran into that problem at Uber last week at the senior lunch. With a couple of people, because the bench is right on the curb, you can't open the door, so yes, that would be the location.
Okay, thank you. So make a motion to approve 2023-250.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
I will abstain. I listed this as a real estate agent for the restaurant space.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-223, authorizing engineering firm to provide professional environmental engineering services, bidding assistance and construction admin services to the demo of structures located upon 319 Lorraine Avenue. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, I'll give a quick comment that I've been one of the people encouraging us to keep tabling this until I got more information about the apples and apples comparisons between the different engineers' proposals. New information has been made available to me. I won't go into detail unless I have to. But that new information about other options that I was not aware of earlier until actually I want to give the credit to the mayor and our previous BA, Mr. Fehrenbach, for bringing some other information to my attention. But personally, I'll let everyone else comment. I would like to table this still once again until I can resolve that additional information. But let others comment first before I make a motion.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, we have Kristen Mahoney, who's brand new. I'd like to get her up to speed on this as well. So. And I don't like that it's just blank, and who is going to do the work? It's like they're putting out a blank check.
Well, no, that's not.
Did I get this?
I'm sorry.
No, it is blank.
It's blank, but it's blank because our expectation, we were having specific meetings with Councilman Gubatose. Rather than be presumptuous about the choice of vendor, we left it blank.
That's why it
That's
says
the reason.
engineering firm versus what it said before.
Okay.
So if we vote on this, we would be filling in the name of an engineer and a cost.
Correct.
Again, I'm not prepared to vote in favor of it, so I'd like to make a motion to table this once again to meeting at the end of this month.
So we would table until, so our set, I forget the term, the set date, what's the date when you commit to a date?
Yeah, 10/25.
But what's the terminology, Greg? The set date or like, yeah,
Table it for reconsideration on October 25th.
okay, table for reconsideration on 25th. No, there was some term that you threw out the other day that was more formal. I'm sorry?
Date.
Date certain, thank you.
Say the word.
I could not remember that. So we're gonna table this for a date certain review on October the 25th.
Vote on the next meeting, in other words, to be simple
Okay,
here.
so if you want to make that motion.
Thank you for the
I'm
way
making that-
interpretation.
You're very welcome.
Eric, I'm making that motion to table it.
Okay, do I have a second? Second,
Okay, Mr. Noble,
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney? Yeah. Mr. Weber?
Abstain.
Mayor Fox, Mayor Fox, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to mayor and council reports. Why don't we start with Ms. Mahoney?
Well, you
Take
know,
up the-
if you'll give me just a brief second, I just wanted to say thank you to the council. I look forward to serving Bradley Beach. And I look forward to maybe having starting budget discussions in November and having a preliminary budget by January.
We've started them already, so you, yes.
And I look forward to being a liaison to some group that needs me. So, all right.
Good, thank you.
Be careful what you wish for.
I know.
Okay, Councilwoman Denoble.
Okay, speaking of liaisons, I am one for the shade tree. So I know it's been a long night, so I'll just be quick. We had two applications. One was to remove a tree and to replace a tree, so that's good news. Second one was also to remove a tree. They didn't have room to replace it, so they're going to contribute to the tree replacement fund, which is good news as well. We have our big tree planting this weekend. It looks like rain. So hopefully we'll squeeze it in like we did in the spring. It's starting at 9 a.m. at the Fountain Park, which is between 2nd and 3rd. We'll probably be in the 500 block this time. Budget updates. They have $17,587 in their account. The mystery honor me tree money was missing, but it was found, so that mystery has been solved. Some bills were never paid, and they're going to set up a time to talk. With tourism, their next event is the Bradley Boo, which is Sunday, October 29th. Starts at 12 p.m. trick or treating on Main Street, then 3 p.m. trunk or treat. I did that last year. It was a hoot. And then 5 p.m. the kids have a parade, and I think they win prizes as well. Bradley Beach Elementary School, they had Respect Week, and they learned to show soul. Soul means respect for yourself and others, learning, and the environment. I like that. And they also had, they celebrated Fire Prevention Week, and they learned all about fire safety, and they got to meet real life heroes, our fire department. And they understand their role, their important role in our community. And we thank them. And that completes my report.
Thank you. Councilman Gubatose.
I am the liaison to our police department, and I want to thank Detective Lieutenant Browning, sitting off to my right, for the report he provides to me usually a day or two before our meetings. For the police, for this report, the following activity occurred since our last meeting. A subject was arrested for harassment and violation of a court order. An officer from our K-9 unit was deployed to assist Asbury Park PD on a vehicle search during a traffic stop. The search revealed a handgun hidden in the glove compartment. I am also the liaison to the Shade Tree Committee. I'm sorry, I used to be Shade Tree, the Sylvan Lake Commission. And as I mentioned earlier, Sylvan Lake reached out recently, and I've mentioned what's going on there. But it was my first opportunity to refer to our prior council colleague, Ms. DeMarco, as our business administrator. And Meredith, I did want to welcome you officially to the role here tonight. Specifically, there's all these issues with geese. Anyone out there who might live anywhere near Sylvan Lake or Fletcher Lake, Sylvan Lake, I gather in particular, has some real significant geese issues. And last council meeting, I believe, in my Sylvan Lake report, I mentioned that they found a guy who had a little motorboat, I don't know, a couple feet long, that scares the geese. Yeah, green lasers that they buy from Amazon that the geese hate, and a dog. So it must look like a one-man band type of thing. The guy's out there with all these things, but apparently it's done a phenomenally effective job of getting rid of geese. And all these people, Avon and Bradley Beach residents on this commission, were just in awe of this service. Now, I know, Mr. Fehrenbach, you began this dialogue, and Meredith, we transitioned to you, but they were going back and forth. Avon was about, could they pay the last couple of months of the service for this year? They hadn't at that time finalized their budget. It would be, I don't know, $1,000 or less, $500, whatever the number is, relatively small number. I believe we were prepared, and maybe still are prepared to fund that. Now, today, you got that letter?
Correct.
Okay, because today Meredith and I got an email saying Avon can move forward. And apparently the cost is $2,000 per borough.
To go through the calendar year of 2024.
Right.
So $4,000 total
Total 2,000.
24
For us.
for us, but total for the service is $4,000.
$4,000 for the year. We split it 50-50. And I'm still not clear. I'll leave this to you, the fine print. But I'm still not clear if that 4,000 is dependent on us paying the next month or two of this year.
Yes, so we would have to put something on the bills list for the 25th in order to get them payment. They wanted payment in October. Obviously, this conversation is taking place the day of the council meeting and makes it too late to get it onto the earlier bills list. But there does need to be some conversation, I think, internally about what the commission would like to take on, kind of where we're gonna allocate those funds from if the governing body decides that's something they want to move forward.
So this is just helping educate me. So because I'm trying to work with their time frame for payment. Is this something that I should advocate to get on our next agenda as a resolution? And somehow talk with at least the Sylvan Lake Commission? We'll talk to.
We would have to do something before the next meeting, so yeah, I would advocate, for sure.
Yeah, they meet the third Wednesday, I think, so.
Yes, and would be, and I think we should probably have an offline conversation, because like I said, those emails came in, late this afternoon. So I want to check in with them, make sure that what was presented in the emails is accurate to Avon stands, and just make sure that we're getting the real costs.
I'll follow up with them and you. But
Perfect.
thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilman Weber.
All right, I want to congratulate Ms. Mahoney and welcome our acting borough administrator, Meredith. Welcome. Fletcher Lake Commission meets tomorrow, so I don't have a report for them. I'm gonna ask a question though, Greg and Meredith. Is there any movement on the signage and the ordinance we want to do to limit the motorized vehicles across the footbridge? Any word from the attorney over
I
there?
did reach out to Gene from that too, but I have not gotten in contact with him yet.
Okay.
In
process.
That hasn't dropped off the radar.
Okay, no problem. As for Shade Tree, as Jane mentioned, there's a tree planting this weekend. We do have 27 volunteers lined up. Some of them are in this room, so thank you very much for that. If it rains, either, I don't know, you're all gonna get wet, or you're gonna get an email that says we're gonna reschedule it, but please stay tuned for that. We have a lot more trees than that, so it seems like people are gonna have to plant maybe 2 trees. We try to keep it like to planting 1 tree, but it'll take a little bit longer. We still have a great turnout of volunteers. I am gonna talk about a procedural thing here, and I'm gonna ask our attorney a question again here. I am concerned that we discussed a lot of items this evening that did not have seconds. And should we be waiting until we have a second to have a discussion up here?
That is the technical rule under Robert's.
Okay, then we're gonna get technical because we wasted about an hour talking about things that didn't have seconds here tonight. and several of them, so I'm gonna, be really mindful of that, and, let's try and save people's time, and that's the whole reason, like, if it doesn't get a second, it doesn't go forward enough for a vote, and we shouldn't be having long discussions for things that don't even have seconds. So on the environmental front, for, not really environmental commission, but the town every year sponsors, or they have a drug take back day, and it is orchestrated through the police department. And it's gonna be on October 28th, so any drugs, that you have at home, you don't want anymore, don't flush them down the toilet, that's the point, keep them out of our waterways and our water system. You bring them to the police on the 28th, and they get properly disposed of, so please do that. More environmental stuff, we just experienced the hottest summer ever. Warm air can hold more moisture than cool air. So it is not surprising to me that we got the kind of rainfall that we did, to me, it's part and parcel of the climate change that we're living through right now. We are in a new dynamic climate. I will just tell everybody, looking backwards is useless. Do not look backwards. Don't look back and say, oh, this thing, it never happened before, so it couldn't happen. Because that's what we did. Nobody thought Katrina could happen until Katrina happened. Nobody thought it could rain 42 inches in one day in Texas until it happened. Nobody thought Sandy could happen until it happened here. And likewise, the latest in that hit parade is nobody thought it could rain 10 inches in Bradley Beach in 2 days, and it did, and we all know what happened. So, you know, my heart goes out to everybody that had to empty out their basements and deal with all of that. But I think there's a few things, little things that people can do to make that less bad, because it's going to happen again. I mean, rainfall amounts have changed, and I would encourage, you know, our land use board to increase the standards, and let's not build to, you know, a 4-inch storm. I mean, we need to build to a much greater standard. But one thing people can do, people with sprinkler systems, they can turn them from dumb sprinkler systems, and by dumb sprinkler system, I mean one that goes off every day just because the sun came up and it's a new day, to one that only goes off when it has a rain sensor, and if it's raining, it doesn't go off. Or you can manually override it and say, don't go on today's sprinkler system because it's raining. I think there was like 10 days of rain leading up to our 2 days that we had 10 inches of rain. Your sprinklers were coming on every single one of those days. You're not helping anything. It's probably not hurting a lot, but it's definitely not helping. Storm drains. I see people posting online that, oh, the leaves are clogging the storm drains, and yeah, that can make flooding. It could make flooding worse and whatever. But I think if you have the ability to go out and take a picture of the storm drain, you have the ability to go out there with a rake and clear the storm drain. Do it yourself. Don't expect our DPW to do it. They do it when they can do it, but we all know they're not here at nights. They're not here on weekends. Take some responsibility, do it yourself. When the water level at the bottom of my driveway gets to be a certain amount, I don't even look. I go down the street with a rake in the pouring rain and I clear out the storm drain, because that's why the water level gets so high in front of my house on occasion. So people can do things like that. With respect to the appointment we made with Ms. Mahoney, I just want to recognize that we all know there's lots of other people in town that serve on other boards and other commissions, and they've been doing stuff for the town for a while. We thought it was really important to have a fresh set of eyes, as was mentioned, on our budget, on our finances. And I think it'll be a great addition on that front. And it wasn't mentioned that Ms. Mahoney does not represent any, or is not a member of any political party. She's unaffiliated, so that's great in our nonpartisan town. Let's see, I think that is it. I had a lot of other stuff, but it's a long meeting, so I'm leaving it there. Thank you very much. There is a beach cleanup. Let's see, the beach sweep, Clean Ocean Action Beach Sweep. Let me guess, it's on October 22nd? 21st. That's the Saturday. Okay. As usual, 9 to 12, meet at the Fifth Avenue Pavilion. If the weekends are any indication, I'm sure it's gonna be raining. But it is a rain or shine event, correct?
Unless it's really.
Unless there's lightning or something.
Yeah.
We actually had to cancel last year.
It's lightning.
But that's really, really rare. So yes, come out and clean your local beach. It needs some love after all these storms. And I'm getting hands. I don't know if you want to recognize the hand, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we're still.
Okay, I'm done. So
Yeah, we're still going through comments, yes.
I'm done.
The other, just another point on the shade tree Saturday, the rain isn't supposed to start till noon, so maybe we can get lucky there. Okay, let me cover some items. First, I'll cover the fire and first aid biweekly council report. First aid for the operational period ending October 11th. The squad responded to 7 day calls and 21 night calls for a total of 28 calls. 17 were for medical calls and 11 for fire. On October 6th, at 21:07, the squad responded in support of the fire company to a fire on a northbound Jersey Transit train. The squad assisted fire department with the assessment of passengers and assessed the relocation of them to safe area till the train was back in service. The squad conducted 1 drill for safety and education of the membership. Squad requested 1 mutual aid from Neptune EMS. The squad fulfilled 99% of their assignments for the operational period. Fire department for the operational period ending October 11th, 2023. The department responded to 11 requests for the department. On October 6th at 21:07, the department responded to a fire in the north end bound Jersey Transit train. With the arrival of Chief Hagerman assessed the scene with the train operator and assigned personnel to check the passengers and move them to a safe area for assistance of first aid. I'd like to thank Bradley Beach Police, Avon Police, Neptune City Police, and New Jersey Transit Police for their support. During this operation, the department conducted 2 training drills for the safety and education of the members. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. We're looking for volunteers for fire and first aid, both offer free training for qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for the fire department or first aid department applications can be found on the borough's website. And I also want to mention that the cooperation exists between the fire and first aid squad that is allowing them to answer our citizens' needs for medical care and fire protection at no cost, 24/7, 365. Very much appreciate that. I have a few comments, not a lot, but a few. The last 2 storms had a markedly different impact on Bradley Beach and Monmouth County. The storm at the end of September on the 28th and 29th, and then going into the weekend were a challenge that we met as a community. There were some unfortunate road and basement flooding, but as a community, I think we fared well versus some surrounding towns. I'll mention one, Asbury Park, was struggling. They're still struggling a little bit in some areas. The storm last Saturday was a bit more forgiving, thankfully. Our guard was up, but the storm kind of passed a little bit north of us, so we kind of dodged that one. Our Office of Emergency Management, Police, Public Works really snapped into action and did a great job. I want to thank our residents on beach locker removal. There was only 1 outlier of 600 lockers that did not empty their lockers, so that's a market improvement on past years, so we appreciate that. I want to mention this publicly. I mentioned that I think in my newsletter last week that the New Jersey Anchor Outreach Program is visiting as we speak. They've already been at my house. They dropped a door hanger. It's providing details about the New Jersey Treasury's Anchor Canvas program. This group, the Civic Operations Group, was put in place to promote the tax rebate program, whose deadline is at the end of the year on December 29th. They're going to have canvassers going door to door at the beach starting this week, well, actually last week, until the first week of Thanksgiving. So if you see them walking around and you do have a question, you feel free to ask them. They've got kind of a yellow and blue kind of deal going on. So if anybody has any questions for them, it's certainly worthwhile. Some other activities to note, our application for the Recreation Center Park project for the 2023 County Municipal Open Space Grant was awarded last week. I'm pleased to inform the town that our project was selected by the Monmouth County Board of County Commissioners. We got grant funding of $265,000. We'll now complete planning and further assess our funding model so we can commence. So congratulations to those who worked on that grant. I will say it's a little bit less than we asked for, so we're gonna have to do a little bit of weaving and bobbing, but $265,000 is great. And I'm actually attending a meeting tomorrow at 1 in Freehold with the commissioners. They want to review the process and get feedback. I want to give a big shout out to one of our own on Restaurant Row. Today in Asbury Park Press, Luna Verde was cited as the top 20 vegan Mexican food restaurant, not in the county, not in the state, but in the entire US. So it was listed as a top 20 in the entire US. The article mentioned the community-based focus of the eatery. As Eslyn Morris, the co-owner, had a great quote that I really would like to read. It's short, but we are setting the vegan table for everyone to join around the well-known and loved traditional Mexican cuisine. We are passionate about coming together and sharing vegan food, love, and kindness. For those who haven't experienced Luna Verde, it's one of our great restaurants in town. I encourage everybody to go to every restaurant, but this one had special recognition, so I thought it was noteworthy. So congratulations to Eslyn and Mahanri, great achievement. Mayor's Wellness Campaign will have a fourth walk. Now it's now walk and talk on October 22nd. The topic is Healthy Dog, Healthy You. We'll have a veterinarian talking to us about the health of our dogs, and we'll include them in the walk. We're going to get a special pass for dog walking on the promenade that day. There is a joint Avon Bradley Beach meeting being planned at the Marina Conference Center in Avon, and we'll discuss options concerning Sylvan Lake improvements. It's really specifically around the possibility of the natural shoreline expansion. Details will be on the website. We had a meeting last week with it was a technical review. There was a view to have this meeting jointly. It's going to be showing some schematics, some possibilities, asking questions, and trying to get people engaged in the process. But it will be joint Avon and Bradley Beach, and Mayor Bonanno volunteered to host the first meeting at the Marina Conference Center, which is at the very end of Avon on Main Street, on the left, right before you cross the bridge into Belmar.
When is that again?
It's November 1st, and it's in the evening. We're gonna get information out on it on the website, and the next council meeting will have the details. I think they were talking about like 7 o'clock at night.
I think they were saying 7 o'clock at the Avon Marina, the building there.
Yeah, no, not the municipal building,
The
Marina building.
Marina building, correct.
At the very end of town, right on the river, right, correct. We are starting, spoke to Ben Matlack because I had said that we're starting our Lake Terrace project mid-October. It's October 11th, and we're getting close to mid-October, and it sounds like we're gonna start pretty close to mid-October.
Yeah, we reached out to the contractor. They are lining things up. They're supposed to give me their start date by tomorrow. So we'll pass that along, and that should get going soon.
Yeah, so we're excited about that. We are still awaiting, unfortunately, I was hoping to have an answer on Biazi as it related to the final mold remediation that's being done. But with the storm situation that we had, all those vendors that had been talking to us they hit the road on us, and were out cleaning basements and doing walls over and doing what they do. But we were in contact, I think today, trying to get a final, the final bit of information from one of the vendors. We do have a senior meeting on October 25th at the firehouse, and there's going to be an interesting program that's being planned, so I encourage seniors to go to that. And with the holidays quickly approaching, we have a lot of exciting things planned. Halloween things were mentioned already. We'll be following those with other holiday events as we have in past years. So I would encourage everybody to keep an eye out for that. And that is my report. So we'll now move to comments.
Ms. Mahoney, you have her?
She spoke first.
Oh,
I went first.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The reason
Appreciate
that, the
that,
reason that EA DeMarco was saying that at the last meeting, I forgot.
You forgot it. You're gonna replace me, then don't forget to, thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that.
Yes, okay, public comments, yes.
Who are you looking at? I think it was me.
It was.
Hi, Tina Mullen through 24th Avenue. I noticed that there's bike racks on the
promenade now.
Yes,
And I just was wondering how they came about.
I'd be
Great
happy
idea,
to.
but I was just curious,
Yes, it's,
cost, was it something considered?
it's $469 and, $469 and something cents. And it was paid by the fundraising of an Eagle Scout, which I can't find the document, I'll just do it from memory. It's, an Eagle Scout project for a troop, and I cannot remember the town, but they came to us with a proposal to put up bike racks, so they worked with Public Works. For the last probably 3 or 4 months doing the planning and execution. There were 4 bike racks, they could afford 4. It was again $469 that they paid, they fundraised for, and that's what it was.
I was just curious, because I think it's a great idea, but I don't know how many bikes it's really gonna hold. Like you said, it was
We
4.
could only, it's not, I mean, it was
like
more of the project. It was the project that, you know, the Eagle Scout came to us and that's what they could do. And we said, you know, let's go. So, we're gonna have to, they weren't expert concrete people either. We're gonna have to tweak a couple things.
It looks like there's like damage in the grass.
Well, we're gonna fix all that, but I mean, we got a little bit of anchoring to do, but they did a good job. They did a good job and, you know, it's always good to have, you know, engagement like that. Yes. 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 Oh, I'm sorry, Bill, I'll get you next. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in town. I'd like to address your impotent leadership, Mayor, in regard to the storm that just passed, that many residents lost property from and didn't have a great weekend with from Friday through into the following week. And you seem to have made a joke of it at the beginning of the meeting, which I don't think many people would.
No, I think you're.
I'm not done.
Well,
I'm not,
I didn't say you're,
there's no question pending.
it's not a question. I'm trying to clarify a point.
I'm not, you're taking up my time. I have nothing to say.
I'm gonna clarify this point. I did not make a point about the storm.
There is a.
There was a stormwater
There,
map that
you,
needed
I
to be done.
I heard your interview on News 12.
Mhm.
Okay, your interview, and you claimed nothing could be done. We can't fight the weather. We can't control the weather. There was a full moon, as you said, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when people were already standing up to their knees in water. Well, and you said you had no warning and there was nothing to be done because it was just an inconvenient, I forget your exact words, but it was just a coincidence, a bad series of events where the full moon coincided with the tide system, okay? And you
That's
said there
correct.
was no warning. On Monday, I'll read you an actual, if you were actually paying attention to the weather, it said, US weather warning, trio of terrifying storms prompts fresh alert for East Coast of America. This is dated on Monday, the 25th. East Coast towns urged not to let your guard down this week. Next one, this has the potential to develop into something that could bring wind and rain to the region through the start of the new week. It is almost a repeat of Ophelia and is one to watch. Okay, now, I've lived in this town and my family has since 1955. I live in the center of the town. We don't flood, but we did. You know why? Because you didn't use the mechanisms that were available to you to drain the 2 lakes on the north and south side of town.
That's not true.
They were not drained. I saw them.
That's not true.
Were they drained to
They
the
were drained.
halfway point or below? Because they overflowed and they did not have to overflow. And we have an outflow pipe system
Yes,
and
we
those
do.
were not implemented.
Yes, they were.
When?
Our outflow.
On Friday after everybody flooded?
Our outflow pipe is always out. We always have an outflow in the pipes. The reason that I mentioned the combination of the full moon and high tide was that the timing of the tide plus the full moon created less of an ability to open the flues completely, because if you do, you would have a backwash from the ocean into the lakes. So to the extent we could, the time we could, we lowered the lakes. The amount of water that was coming in from stormwater drains into those lakes was far beyond our capacity, far beyond our capacity.
When were the lakes drained? to halfway.
The lakes were,
Nobody saw them drain.
well, you
multiple
wouldn't see a lake drain when it's filling,
Halfway, it's full, half,
not,
quite visible.
not when water is pouring in through stormwater.
Exactly. The point is that it was, you had warning on Monday and you didn't do anything until Friday
No,
afternoon.
that's not true. I'm sorry.
Where did, tell me when was it drained? Give me a date.
I,
Friday afternoon. I heard the interview and you said specifically on up to News 12 that people were rushing and that now there's a break in the storm and we're gonna get out there and we're gonna start draining it now. Well, a little too late.
that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
I'm sorry, it's not.
You're,
You're misquoting and,
I recorded it. I had a feeling you were gonna say that. I recorded your interview. Would you like to hear it? Would you like me to play it for you?
not really.
Okay, because you know you're lying. As usual, lying loud. You're a liar. You're a liar.
I'm sorry that you're,
You are
speaking away,
sorry.
speaking.
You are sorry. You're a sorry excuse for a mayor. You let your people down. And you do it repeatedly. And let's talk about the phantom bill from the last meeting. Whatever happened with that? Did we find out who that social media consultant was that you're gonna try to slip in that $17,500 for? Let's get back to that question. Let's get back to that. Let's change the subject.
It's not a phantom bill, that everybody's aware of that particular.
Not the person, no.
Yeah, they were, I'm sorry.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were, I'm sorry.
No, they weren't.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Yours is almost up. How many more months until election?
Yes, sir.
Rick Bartolome, 116 Newark. A couple of items. First, Mr. Mayor, do you know what the beach revenue total was?
It was, well, not total, but beach badge revenue was $1,975,000. I'm doing that from memory. I mentioned it at the last meeting. I think we're 75,000 over our forecast.
So that was the total.
That's just for the badges though.
Right.
It's not the other elements of the revenue.
Next question or comment. Why can't we do the beach at Fletcher Lake?
I guess you're gonna have to talk to the Fletcher Lake Commission.
Okay. Who's is anybody? John?
Tomorrow night.
Okay.
Anthony,
Actually, we meet in here because Biassi's still not.
Okay.
Come on
So
down.
we could bring that up as well.
I've mentioned that to Anthony DeMaio a couple times too. Not only that, but looking at similarities to this natural shoreline, there's things called riparian gardens. Which you can basically put up 3 or 4 foot barriers. It's almost like seagrass that precludes the geese from.
Well, whatever works.
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, whatever works. Yeah.
Next, the concessions for Newark Avenue, if you remember, this past year was like May before the bids went out. Hopefully, we can do things a lot earlier this year, or November or so, we can start doing bids for that.
I had that conversation today. Yes.
Great. And
But
lastly,
we sold I'm in the process of selling the equipment, right?
We are, but we are going out for bids for food trucks.
It'll be all different.
Yeah.
right.
Not
And
that different, it'll be food trucks.
Mr. Fernback was here today, but I believe that his last paycheck covered through the end of September,
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
So he was just here as.
He's
Right.
our new intern, yes. Just, no, he volunteered for a couple of days, yes.
Okay,
He's a
Thank
really
you.
nice guy.
Thank you,
that's all I have.
thank you, yes.
Sorry. Right, I was wondering about Victoria Lynn's entry on the bill list. It just has a generic one legal service between May and September. And I went down further on the bill list where it was Weiner Law Group, and they have it more itemized. Where they had a fee for July and then a fee for August. And I'm just curious as to why there wasn't better description of the fees.
I think that
fair criticism. It was when we got in the invoice, we got it in Friday, so we wanted to make sure that we got it in time for the bill list. But I think that's fair criticism and we'll work on doing more better description.
Ms. Shissy is, the Wiener Law Group is it's an appointed law group that they're appointed by the borough. I mean,
Okay. Another issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
no, she's not
Oh, I'm
done.
sorry, I thought you were done.
I'm not
I'm
done.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I
Don't want to
apologize.
forget you, I already
Doesn't
did.
take long. The last time, I mentioned something about the bill list, and it was, on the September. Okay. September, 22nd. I mentioned something about the restriping of Main Street and Ocean Avenue. And the bill was for $5,500. And at that time, I had asked whether or not it was a county road and a municipal road, and do we get reimbursement? And I received an explanation from Mr. Fahrenbach. And it was Department of Public Works. There was no line striping on Main Street on Ocean Avenue. This purchase was for all curb painting and some line painting on the streets in the borough as identified and directed by the police department to Public Works. At this time, I'm unable to obtain an explanation as to why the description was misstated on the report at last night's meeting. As I was reviewing other bill lists, I noticed that on September 8th, we paid the exact bill. And I have my bill list with me on the September 8th, it's on page 18. And it's for $5,550 for Liberty Lines and Seal Coat. And on September 22nd, it is also, and the date of service was 5/03/23, 5/03/23. And it says road repairs, and then it said date of payment 5/03/23, and it's identical. I would like to have some type of explanation for that.
I can look into that for you. Yeah, thank you.
My question, okay, another question is, if we paid that vendor 2 times, I'm disappointed that the vendor didn't let us know that we overpaid and they didn't make any effort to reimburse us, and it wasn't.
I don't want to make that assumption until we get the.
It's an assumption, but it's not, it's a red flag, that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shuck.
William Shook, 110 Fifth Avenue, Bradley Beach. I just want to thank the police department and the DPW on September 28th and 29th in protecting the residents, monitoring the rising water and being able to close off certain streets, preventing vehicles from going in there and getting flooded out. And the DPW on their quick response in cleaning up the town. I mean, I think they did a fantastic job, and we need to recognize that. The both departments. Thank you.
I agree. And OEM, I agree.
No.
Yes, all the way in the back.
Bob West, 518 Newark Avenue. Clarification on, I directed it's been back through the board. On 450, we adopted those ordinances, so we can go forward as they're now written?
No, here's what I asked, and I'm glad you bring that question up because I forgot to mention it after the introduction. So what has to happen now is it has to be adopted. These are changes to the base thing. It has to be adopted. It won't be adopted at the next meeting because there needs to be a consistency review with the land use board. So between now and the next couple of weeks, the land use board will review that for consistency and then report back to the council. So I would say not the October 25th meeting, but the November
November,
Eighth.
November 9th, that
Ninth
is it, yeah.
We will have it adopted.
This is by year.
At that point, 20 days after, there's a 20-day, I
20
think it's
days,
20
yeah,
days,
after,
called an estoppel period.
Alright,
So decide,
So by
sometime
next
this year.
spring maybe.
No, by the end of the year, by the end of the year,
End of November.
end of November, yeah.
Any applications that come in probably after the end, the last week of November will be in those rules that we.
Right.
Thank you.
Good question. Thank you. Yes.
On a green flag 414 Monmouth Avenue, I would just actually like to add onto Mr. Shook's comment and thank the community of Bradley Beach, the community members of State Trooper John Weber, and many other surrogates, minions, community members. People came together as a community during the storm. It was incredible. The community that's come together, the people of Bradley Beach, the people in this town really care. They care about one another. They care about issues. Unfortunately, there's just enormous division within this room in council meetings. But I will say that we are a community, very much a community of people who care. And I thank all of the volunteers. I'm mentioning John, there may be others on the council. There are certainly lots of community members who stepped above and beyond to help people within the borough with flooding. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Happy we resolved everything tonight. Congratulations to this family. And then, Mr. Noble for being the council president, but I just wanted to follow up on one thing, Mayor. I do go to all the land use board meetings. And who will be the land use board representative from the council who will take the place of Mr. Marco as the council representative to the land use board?
Has to be determined.
Oh, okay, good. When will that be? In the next meeting?
Well, we didn't have a full council. Now we have a full council. I'll determine. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Just want to make sure it's on the radar.
Yes. Second point.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. That was a loaded one. You wanna cut money, get rid of that calendar. I understand some people need it. Cut it in half, pick it up at Borough Hall, get volunteers. We just heard what a great community are to deliver it. It's a ridiculous expense in my opinion, but I respect those that find it useful. You need to be a liaison. I see that our beach committee and our finance committee was done away with. So personally, there you go. In case you don't have enough work to do on your own. Shame on me. I thought only payroll was being done with a bank that was not in our town. I realized the current fund is there too, because that is how it was endorsed on my tax payment. This needs to so end. We are so close to the end of the year. And how do you not support the banks in this town? It really is sickening, let alone, I would think, challenging. We talk about moving code back into Beyonce. I don't even know when it was approved that they could ever move there. That was just a random decision. So as someone who has embraced the seniors, maybe out of my own need, we'd like our building back, although I shouldn't speak for them. I'm curious where the geese are going, because I know that a lot of times I do find the ones from Fletcher Lake having their own little parade down Ocean Avenue. So if hiring this other thing is gonna go to Fletcher Lake and then they're gonna really like Ocean Avenue, send them to Ocean Avenue and Ocean Grove. I seem to be having late communications. At the last meeting, we were told we got to keep our lockers an extra week. But I didn't see any information on that until the next day on the website. So quite honestly, I lost that extra week. Which is kind of hard since my summer is rapidly ending. The newsletters on the website should be factual. They should not be subjective. It is not a campaign platform, it is not a bully pulpit. And then the storm. I didn't read about state of emergency till way after. And I kept checking. And then I know that these are like a lot of my loose ends, because let's face it, with the storm, how many phone calls did I get with, is the emergency center open? I don't know why I'm the one for that, but why do I have to repeat and repeat? Because I know I will eventually get some sort of action. Because I know that what I asked for is not selfish. It is for the best of the community, which has been explained that we are good people despite the previous permanent BA, not Mr. Frownback. Even though she told us we weren't. And then that gets me into 2022. Mr. Sexsmith brought up the Reforms Government, we had a lovely workshop on it in 2023. Then Council President Ms. Marco mentioned we should have a speaker come in and describe for us all the different options and the different kinds of government. It needs to go on a referendum. We've obviously missed this November's election. So I would like to know for the public, the date that has been set up for. What else do I have here on my list? Yeah, well, this is like a good one. It was really nice to have Mr. Fahrenbach's resume read to us at the last meeting. I would have preferred you had that read to me prior to his hiring, and I would have preferred you have had his numerous accomplishments for us read at the meeting. The same way, new hires, new positions, I would think we should hear their resumes prior. And I'm really concerned because no one has ever answered regarding Ocean Park Avenue pipe repair. Were we reimbursed? Did we apply? Were we rejected? What about insurance? You know, we don't get our answers. And there's usually a good reason when people don't answer you, because they know they're wrong. And this meeting was started with inappropriate joke about water and rain. And that's the same thing as when the mini golf was replaced after Sandy. And I complained the way it was named and things that were on it to the then mayor, which was not this mayor, because people were still homeless and it wasn't funny. So I'm really, senses of humor are not appropriate here, nor is assuming, because we know what that gets us. And then I'd also like to know the thousands of dollars spent by the previous permanent BA on job descriptions and things like that. What protocols, I think the public would like to know the proper protocols for employees that don't do the job or violate their contracts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brigham Avenue. I remember John had brought up a point about Roundup, one of them, what's called last meeting, I think it was, that was on Phil's list. Is there any way that we could pass a town ordinance that we could ban the use of Roundup? Maybe not by the people using it, but us employees, like ban it. I mean, I just read a study just now, it came out October 11th, that research showed that it's impairing adolescent brain function. And it's just more and more studies come out that it's just affecting humans and we should not have it on our planet. So if there's any way we can just ban it, it'd be great for the first town that bans it and you can have the police enforce it or something, like it'd be fantastic. The next thing is this might be self-serving, but if there's any way we can move the meetings back to Tuesday. I know the reason why we moved the meetings to Tuesday, that's no longer a reason. So is there any way that we can make that change? I know the calendar's out there, but we changed it once. Can we please change it back? That'd be fantastic. The next thing I want to talk about, I really liked having the discussion about the ordinance as far as the tourism goes. It would be really great if we can do at some point, sometimes put it on the website, affirm accounting, once we get all that out there on a spreadsheet, just to show everything that we paid for, what where it's going to, coming from. Because I know Eileen has had so many questions, I have them because they're still not clear, and she keeps asking them, so, and I'm sure it can't be clear to you, so if there's any way that we can have that If not a presentation, we don't need it. If it's just thrown on the website, hey, this is what's going on, this is where our money's going, just to show transparency of what we're doing. The last thing that I want to talk about, just another personal thing, is the noise ordinance. I know we spent a lot of time on the noise ordinance. We spent so much time on the using of what time. Honestly, they're all moot. None of that mattered because 13.310.1, right? That's what it was, 310.1. That is it. That's all they look at. When you get a summons or anything with the noise ordinance, it's 310.1. You go to the judge reads 310.1. You violated the town ordinance. I don't care if you're following all the rules. If I complain and say, hey, they've got their gas, whatever at the wrong time. If we show up, you're violating 310.1. No matter what is on the subsection underneath it, the judge does not look at that. We need to change the ordinance that we say, see descriptions below, something about below, because they mean absolutely nothing. Nothing. My wife tried, she talked to the judge said, sorry, right here, you must have a misunderstanding of your ordinance. She's like, no, it's under here, it's right here. He's like, that's not what you got a violation for. You got a violation for 310-1. So nothing else underneath there matters. The other things have to be referenced under there. So at least they can say like, no, it's right here. It says I was doing something at this time, but this, we have something to reference, and also for the police. So if they're get called, say, hey, sorry, we can't do anything about that. They're allowed to use gas blowers at this, or what's called leaf blowers at this time. So it is very, very unclear. So I know we did a great job. We spent so much time on it, but honestly, it means nothing. Zero, as far as enforcement goes, and as far as us as a community, we have no leg to stand on if we get a noise summons. I can't look at any of it. The judge will not look at it. So please look at that ordinance and change the ordinance as soon as possible. I know you spent a lot of time on it, but I'm sure it won't take too long if you do look at that and talk to Mr. Ken and the police, because that's the tickets they write. We opened all the tickets and they all say 310-1, 310-1. So if you can change that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any executive session. Is that correct, Counselor?
We have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see that. This is not a board I can see.
Hello, me and Natasha from One McCabe. Speaking of boarding and rooming captains, I was curious, there seems to be a little activity at 217 McCabe. And I was wondering if there have been any updates or how I can find out if there's any activity or anything about 217 McCabe.
I'm not aware of any at this point. I know there's some communication potentially going on with 217 McCabe, but I'm not aware of any. They have the right to.
Yeah, I'm just curious. There's an architect side there now, so I was just curious.
I really hadn't heard. I'm going to follow up, but
I understand that they're moving forward. There's nothing out there that's been approved or applied or negotiated by the borough. We didn't have anything to do with that.
yeah, we have no action going on with them right now. This is my point. Yeah.
And they're not allowed to have a sign on.
They do.
Well, someone should follow up on that as well.
Period of time.
Okay.
There's also signs in the planting strip that need to be dealt with,
Yeah.
but that's a different issue. Sorry, if they've been done.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said there's signs in the planting strip, and that's a different issue, but just since we're talking about signs, I'm saying
Oh,
that needs to be dealt with as well.
Signs that are in the wrong place and,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are no there's no executives. I'm not missing anything on that, right? Great. Okay, so I'll make a
That's
motion.
not a hand. That's not somebody raising their hand. That's a person.
No executive today.
Yeah. Make a
It'll
motion
be a long meeting.
adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman, congratulations. Oh, congratulations to you too. Good luck. Sure. You're good? Oh, thank you, that's a count.
Just think about not gonna get any of this. It's due tomorrow. See you tomorrow.